Howdy, y'all. It's Mo in the deep end here with probably Philip J. Fry or Kiff. I'm not quite sure. He is possibly the world's laziest, most nappiest dog ever. And I mean, he likes to nap, not anything. But we are on trial watch for the the Thomas Randolph case. I am keeping an eye on Law and Crime, but they are still talking about, well, solar panels, wood houses, and rando things. So I'm glad to see that they can't also stay on track and target. Good morning, atheist aunt. I yes, Mr. Mo is bringing in. uh, yes, he is a mama's baby. If That's why we have the laundry basket. I got him a little puppy pen, but it's too big for him. I greatly overestimated the size of a, uh, Pomsky. Look, whoever decided to put a husky and a Pomeranian together and or put on the Barry White music to allow this particular activity to happen, or also got drunk at the same time. I mean, the Lady and the Tramp style spaghetti music that allowed this first thing to happen, um, is hilarious, but thus far, Law and Crime, it still has, uh let's see, I'll show you. This Oh, what the heck is going on? This lovely photo going, so we are just not going to watch, yeah, Thor and, everyone may be adjusting slightly okay to their baby brother. We're not quite sure about that. Y y Yeah, I don't even wanna he was part of a surrendered litter, so I did not I did not ask. But, I was trying to gather what Law and Crime thought, but so far they are on random subjects, so I am glad that they are all on random subjects just like us because it does not look like a he well, yeah, he does kinda look like a piglet, but yes, he is a snuggly uh, puppy. He will walk about 5 steps, realize that he's not being carried, and start crying until 1 o'clock in the morning, and then he's decided that he gets the zoomies, and uh he would like to walk 6 steps and then start crying. But I was trying to get a gauge back to on trackness, which I cannot do and will not do. Hello, Kim. I have sent an invitation to Jamie, but I don't know. She does actually do work. Yes, he shall be my piggy. I had intended to call him Lur. Um, I was going to fully intended to do Futurama name and make him a little red cape. Oh dear Lord, of course they were. Do you understand that I was happy to be stuck in evening rush hour 465 circle of hell Indiana traffic with 2 sick or 8 and 7-year-old boys that were excited to get a puppy without Wi-Fi, rather than listening to the state's close and rebuttal. Like, that was the level of distaste I had for the state's rebuttal. That's and Law and Crime were like, "Cat Lady did wonderful. Cat Lady Barbie was amazing." Of course they were. I figured I will try to pull up let me pull up maybe the defense closing because I could possibly stand to watch that again, but I refuse to watch the state's closing again. It will not. I refuse. It was just Doesn't seem possible that anyone would like that, but of course, of course they would like it. Cause why wouldn't they just love it? I am not shocked that they liked it. Law and Crime seems to like everything that the state does. Now, they also seem 1 second, guys. My dad is on his way in from Virginia, so, uh, talk amongst yourselves, of course. No one else is here, but I will be here and you can just watch the puppy. Of course, the puppy's not doing anything. Well, I will be on mute, but you can see me. Put up the defense. I had it. Of course I did. It was amazing. It was beautiful. S they were supposed to start now. Eh, no one keeps their promises anymore. Law and Crime, y'all stink. Okay, I've got you up and StreamYard, stop screen, present. Welcome to where you learn how to do stuff, sort of, with Mo, the person who rarely knows what she's doing. Alright, so this is where the defense goes, and I will put that on so we can at least watch something fun while we're waiting for the court to decide if they're going to start, which is possible that they don't. Oh, they got angry guy. I was hoping sassy man whose jacket has progressively gotten tighter was going to do the close, but no, of course not. They just continue to disappoint me, and let's see if the closed captions actually works. Oh, no, of course not. Mhm. Oh, alright, I'm not asking that, that's
Ladies and
weird.
gentlemen of the jury, first of all, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the defense for your time. I
Alright,
know this is
well, I'm
difficult.
going to
I
return this call,
realize you
so I
come
will
and
be on
go
mute,
and you
but
haven't told when to
you all
leave
know
here
you're
in
just here for the
privacy.
puppy,
You
so I will
gave
be right
very
back
careful
here.
attention on behalf of the defense. Thank you very much for that. State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. This is a murder case. And this murder case is about murder. It's also about perspective. Perspective. So now I'm going to tell you very quickly where I'm going. On May 8th, 2008, Thomas Randolph and Sharon went to the Santa Fe Casino to enjoy a celebration of Mother's Day. Little did they know that the person that they had helped, Sharon, put boots on that murderer's feet. Thomas Randolph had helped him. They had been kind to him. And that guy got in that house. And when Sharon Randolph and Thomas Randolph came home, because they didn't go to the movie, they ran into a burglar. Michael Miller shot Sharon Randolph in the back of the head. And when Thomas Randolph was in that bedroom, because he was spooked, he got a gun and he did what any husband would do. He shot and killed Michael Miller, defending his home, defending his wife, defending his stuff. That's what happened. It's just that simple. And as we go along, I want to get in much more detail, but recognize it is that simple. That's what Michael Miller did to Sharon Randolph. A contact wound. There he is, a murderer and a thief and a burglar. That's a murderer. There's not a single person in law enforcement, there's not a single person that would say he is anything different than a first-degree murder. This was David. This was Thomas Randolph coming home. Hand in hand with Sharon. This mastermind has decided, because that's what they're saying, right? He's a mastermind. So he decided, hey, when I leave the Santa Fe, I'll want to make sure I'm holding hands, because that looks like we love each other. Really? So he knew the police were going to go and get the Santa Fe video and see a loving couple, because that's what it shows. They're holding hands. They went to the charcoal room, and then they decided to go home. I have some complaints on behalf of this. And a lot of them come from the opening argument that was made by the state of Nevada. The state of Nevada told you things they could not prove and were false and wrong. The prosecutor told you that the scene, this was his first clip. Problem number one, the scene tells a very different story. And before I go into much more detail about it, the prosecutor told you there's not a single bullet strike in that hallway. Not one. Absolutely wrong. Farther than the prosecutor just telling you there was no bullet strike in that hallway. We're going to hear about it. Okay? Scene tells a different story. Not a single bullet strike in the hallway. The prosecutor actually put up a slide that says that, an opening argument. Let's hear it.
You will learn when trying to handle this process, that scene, there is not a single bullet strike in the hallway.
Let's see if that's accurate. Because see, what I would argue is when the state of Nevada gets up and tells you something, it's like a contract. Remember something from when we picked you. Who has the burden of proof? State of Nevada. We remember those sort of things we did where we said we don't have to say anything, we don't have to do anything. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would ask you, if we weren't doing our job, look at what would have been told to you. Just listen to this.
All right, I want to talk to you then about this defect that you identified on the wall. You remember using the word defect when you talked to Mr. Hammer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you called that defect when you wrote your report? Page 30.
An apparent bullet strike? Yes.
You identified it as a bullet strike in the hallway when you were documenting it in your report, right?
Yes.
Bigger than 3 millimeters, right?
Yes.
Took a photo of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about that apparent bullet strike can be collected and preserved for purposes of testing later, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. But you can take a picture of it.
Yes.
And you saw that, yes?
Yes.
So you would appear to be a bullet strike, right?
Yes.
In that hallway, yes?
Yes.
And you photographed it, right?
Yes.
And when the word defect was used on direct examination, that's his word and you agreed with it, right?
Bullet strike, I call it the same thing.
Okay, well, in your report, you didn't say defect, did you?
15 years ago, I did not.
What did you call it 15 years ago?
15 years ago, I called it a apparent bullet strike.
Okay. And 15 years ago was a report related to the dates you were there, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I'd probably call it the same thing today.
Bullet strike?
Yes.
The prosecutor told you there was no bullet strike. He's had this case. He knows the evidence. And then he put a witness up, and what did he do? Oh, defect. Oops. Because he knew it. He couldn't have a bullet strike in there. He's nervous about that bullet strike. Remember that? We showed you it. And I really want you to think, we don't have any burden. We don't have to help that guy. We can just sit there. And if Mr. Tomchek doesn't do that, everybody thinks it's a little defect. But it was a bullet strike. Why would the prosecutor tell you that? See, because it's the state's perspective, isn't it? They want you to believe he didn't want
He
Sharon.
is.
He wants you to believe he didn't want her to have medical attention.
All right. So,
Well,
update.
let's see that little pooper. Oh.
All right. So, I have gotten the world's biggest baby. We don't like walking on our own. We take about 5 steps, and if we realize that I am not right there, we start crying. Then we will take about 5 steps and then get right on my foot and start walking.
Aw.
So, yeah, until about 1 o'clock, and then we're like, "Are we awake now? Can we play?"
Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy,
Okay.
so I'm pretty sure he's gonna be Philip J. Fry, so just Fry from
Futurama.
Futurama. Yep.
I knew
He
it.
was gonna be Lur, but he doesn't he's t or Kif, but I think Kif is too close to Queef, and I know the chat. I know the chat. So, but yeah, he has none of the testosterone needed to be Lur.
Aw.
So,
And it's a
yeah.
puppy?
Yeah, that's what they said. Well, whatever he is a mama's boy. So,
He's just snoozing away.
yeah. The so I will say the woman who ran the rescue where I got him was really nice. We got there about 8 though, so she didn't feed him, and we drove back home, and she's like, "You need to feed him when you get there." So he had to acclimatize, so it was about 10 before he ate. Then you have to wait, let him go out. So
Mm.
then about the time he got to where he was gonna use the restroom and everything, it was about 1, and I am exhausted.
Yeah,
I'm like, "I forgot about having a newborn. What was I thinking?"
yeah. Like Old Red said, congratulations on your 7th baby. 'Cause it's pretty
Yeah. Yeah, no, I need a sling, though. He is like, "You is not holding me?" I got him a puppy pen. Oh, no. Do you laundry basket. You see the laundry basket next to me? I have
Mhm.
to put in a little towel in it, and I have to take him room to room because the pin stays in the linoleum rooms, and if I'm in a room with carpet, I hear crying, and I can't ignore crying because I'm a wuss.
Now,
Yeah.
there's some real concerns about this. Real concerns because the prosecutor presented statements, and what we
We
hear
know,
in the
Sal.
911 call is quite clear.
You're
You
my favorite
hear
twin,
Thomas
Salbert.
Randolph screaming and crying, screaming and crying. And there's a point, some
And we
part
are
of it
still
sounds
waiting
so
for Law
bad.
and Crime to
If you
show the
envision
court.
it and you think that your wife has been shot and you roll her over and you see that image, what would a person do but scream? Your wife is gone.
I liked him.
She's in
He just went for way too long.
And he did what a normal human would do. He screamed. And when I hear the state of Nevada complain, he didn't do this right, he didn't do that right, he didn't do this right. Can you imagine what a reasonable person would feel in that condition? How horrible it would be, how difficult it would be. I don't know how to do
True,
this.
Sal, you're right.
They blame him for saying, should I go open the door? Do you know what he was saying? Maybe if I go open the door, they can come and help her. We want you to understand our side. And we don't have a burden of proof.
I do like that he's bringing this up because we talked about this yesterday, how, again, the prosecution makes it sound like, "Oh my goodness, what they didn't do this, they didn't do that." Do you want some water?
Oh, you're gonna kill me today. Look at his little butt.
I may enable some things. My husband's like, you have to put him down at some point if you want him to get used to be putting down. And I was like, that could possibly happen. You're correct, maybe. But not on his first day.
No.
Then I'm gonna be like, not on his first year.
Yeah, not his first week, not his first month. Yeah, I just keep going.
Be like, not in his first decade.
Not until he dies.
Griffin's gonna be like, I used to be the baby.
Old guys, not like
Yeah.
We don't have to prove anything.
I do like
we
this
have
also.
To show doubt. We don't even have to show that. If you see doubt that's reasonable, you're required to find Mr. Randolph not guilty. He wanted her to have medical aid. He was the only one who did it. I want you to do something. Listen to the 911 call. There's that silence. After you hear the clearing of the house, there's a silence. And it goes on. And the reason the silence is important, because you could hear it the first time, like, why is he talking about the silence? Tommy is outside. And he's wondering, because I brought it out in the statement. Remember how in the beginning they were saying that he was complaining about law enforcement not showing up for 20 or 30 minutes? That's not what he was complaining about. He was complaining that 911, that medical, didn't go in. He could see they're not going in. They didn't go in to help her. The only person who gave her aid was him. He tried in vain, because you can see there's nothing that can be done because of what Michael Miller had done to his wife. You know, the suggestion that Michael Miller was anything other than a murderer is offensive. The evidence says they're wrong, because what they did, what the prosecution did, is they told you a bunch of things in opening argument that we'll go through. We're inaccurate. Here's a big one.
what
It
is
seemed like a relatively innocuous witness. Amy Corn got up on the witness stand. She says, 911 lady. And there were questions about compressions. Mr. Hamner asked, did you hear? Did she get chest compressions? No. Let's listen. Let's listen to this.
I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony, you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hammer, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm going to ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like, how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he said, told you, I'm going to ask you at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone giving
Josie.
chest compressions, right?
Hello.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
Yikes.
Why were you told that? Why was that in a pre-trial where the lady got up? And I would suggest she became a pawn, because when Mr. Tom Shett was asking her questions, you could see she was almost embarrassed. There was a meeting, and I did say I was going to say that, and I don't know what a chest compression sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they do that? Well, you know why they're doing it, right? Because if she'll say there's no chest compressions, then that's what you'll believe. You see that? You'll believe there's no chest compressions, so that makes him a liar. He's a liar because you didn't give her chest compressions. Why? Because that was an orchestrated attack upon the defendant.
Okay. Y'all
Wow.
know the Proud Family? Okay, the tall girl with the glasses, that's who she looks like. The tall girl with the red hair and the glasses, that's who she reminds me of,
The
which
prosecutor.
is yeah, and I don't know why that she just like, that's just who she sparked my memory of, because it was gonna be Pepper Ann, but Pepper Ann is cool, and I like Pepper Ann. Good morning, Shenanigran.
Hey, girl.
No worries. Um,
Did you get to see any of this?
no, I didn't. I was on the road and, it was traffic, and I was answering all sorts of questions like, "Can I feed puppies french fries? No." Um, you know, "Is it going to sleep in my bed or your bed? No and no." "Can
Are
it
the
use a
kids
litter box?" "No."
are the kids like just obsessed?
Uh, they are. I felt bad for the puppy because both boys were trying really hard to remember Inside and Quiet Voice, and they would remember for about 5.5 seconds. And they'd be like, "Hi, puppy. How are you?" I know, sweetie. I know. And
Oh,
then it yeah, and then it'd be yeah, he'd be a little scared and freaked out, and I'm like, "You guys, you cannot just talk in his face. You can't, you know." It kinda like toddler gentle.
yeah. Just till he gets used to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
his
wow, that woman.
to whispering ratio is funny.
Oh, lord, all the biddies are there. Good lord.
No, I said that because I was like, "Oh my god, are all the little biddies there?" Because I seen Deidre back
Oh,
there.
yeah. Good lord. Average height man, no Botox never,
Oh yeah,
frosted tips always.
they are something else.
E
Yes. You are the finders of fact. You decide what happened in front of you. You cannot see for yourself. I hope you looked at that carefully and ask yourself, what did that mean? Why was it done? It was done for the same reason that there was a defect in the hallway and not a bullet strike. The medical timeline, we put that in there because it's important. The phone call 911 comes at 20:44:58 seconds. The CAD report indicates Thomas Randolph, person reporting, requested medical advice. 3 minutes into that call, that's what's happening, or that's on the CAD report. Operator indicates AMR advised of delay. Reason that is important is because that tells you they weren't going in. Now you understand why firefighters and paramedics may be kept out. It's a very frightening situation.
Deidre needs to
Thomas
get away.
Randolph's point of view, he hoped that his wife could get help. And that's what he complained about that night. I'd suggest to you that's quite interesting that he complained. You people didn't go in there. They request medical at 2021. The media arrives at 21:54. Fire Department 9 AMR are present. The truth. Tommy fought to save her life. He cried and pleaded. He begged for help, and medical didn't come. I would suggest it would. You can see the wound as the medical examiner testified. Dr. Gavin, she said, she would have dropped right there. This again is a prosecutor telling you in opening argument. Defendant waited 12 minutes after Sharon was shot to call 911 and get help. Now this is this timeline. And this timeline has absolutely been destroyed. The state of Nevada wanted you to believe that. They told you that. They promised you that. They guaranteed it like a contract, that it was 12 minutes that Mr. Randolph waited. You know why they're saying that? Why do you think? Oh, well, he's staging this whole thing. Okay, well, that's not accurate. Because the prosecutor actually told you conservatively. Remember, he does a timeline. Look at Funny's gas station. Takes 3 to 4 minutes to get home. So what time does he get home? 8:30. What time does he call 911? 8:45. I know it's 8:44 and 54 seconds, but the prosecutor tells you 8:45. See, because he's coming up with this big long gap, right? Let's look at the truth. Let's look at what they knew, and let's look at what really happened. Mr. Bartlett said that he was on the phone. He was on the phone. There's the prosecutor, 8:30, conservatively. That's a quote. And it's not true. And we'll get to this. The prosecutor wanted you to believe it had to be 8:30. So one of the things they did is they play a video for you. You may remember this, if we could watch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to take about a minute to watch. But what I'm really going to be demonstrating is if you could see them driving away right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you watch it and let us know when you cannot see it any further? Because it's going to turn, right?
Yes,
Towards Rancho, right?
correct.
Can you still see it?
Yes. What happened?
Okay. Did you hear Detective Mogg say, what happened? Because Detective Mogg even knew. Why is the car still going? But they cut it out. See, because that's what they wanted you to do from that time. And they said repeatedly, the state did, 8:26, he leaves. No, let's watch the rest of the video, because even Detective Mogg is saying, no. It goes, and then it goes to the red light, and you can see that he waits at the red light until 27. It's not important, really. It doesn't really matter whether it's 27, 28, because we know from Bartlett what the timeline is. But let's show you the video we had to put in. We had to show you a video. There you go. Okay, so I want to keep watching after the state's video turned off. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you could still see the vehicle at the time that the state's video cut off, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's driving away, correct?
That's correct.
It's 8:26:21, correct?
Yes.
I want you to tell me at the very time you could no longer see that vehicle. It's coming to a stop at the stop light,
So right now, it looks like you stopped in the turn bank.
okay? And you can see the arrow on the vehicle. Detective Morgan put it on there for us.
Mm. I know.
Okay.
Okay, what was the time? 8:27?
27, 23, 24.
trying to cut it off. Why? Because, see, they're trying to prove up a timeline. They need that 11 or 12 minutes. There should be no doubt that the prosecution is desperately trying to get you 11 or 12 minutes when it's absolutely wrong.
I don't even think that's a big
What
deal
does Mr.
anyway.
Bartlett say? And I'm sorry, because during this trial, sometimes I gave you seconds. I thought it was
Dang real work.
rather than,
You're telling me.
again, the findings of fact. What do you think of
I
this?
know, dang real life for me
Trial.
too. I'm like, what the heck?
This is a very serious trial. Why are things like that being done? You be the judge. Mr. Bartlett came up on the witness stand, and I asked him because I knew what the answer was. When you were on the phone to your
Mr. Mo
president,
just loved the puppy too.
did you see something? Yes.
So Mr. Mo was not happy with getting a puppy because we have not had the best of luck with puppies
Yeah.
ever. But I had to get real honest with the fact that I am not looking forward to fall. And um I have been so walking on grass has been a fear of mine since I hurt my leg. So it's been a big fear, and walking with Fry has, just in the last couple of just, this morning and in the evening, I've really done just the front yard,
Mhm.
but it's really something that I'm trying to do more of. So when I kind of broke it down to him that, look, these are some things that I'm really struggling with, he kind of understood more what the puppy was for. So
Yeah.
yeah, and this puppy, we really researched different breeds and kind of different sizes and things, so it wasn't, like a Saint Bernard or,
Mhm.
A Whippet or something crazy. So, we tried to do something, and I asked the rescue person, I was like, "I need your most laid back, like, this is what we're dealing with kind of dog." So, while I liked the all black, puppy, she's like, "This guy is our most laid back of the puppies."
Oh.
And he's actually Mr. Mo got him to come out of his coma and start playing, so gets him to play during the day, we're good.
Heck yeah, I want him to run all day and sleep all night.
Yep.
I saw something. I saw the neighbors come back.
So far, Law and
And
Crime
I
still thinks
saw
he's
the
all the
garage
double,
door
triple
open.
guilty.
Oh, they do.
I saw them go
It's
in.
ridiculous.
Well,
and I saw
Stuff
the
they were
garage
when
door
they're
close.
when they're on
When did that
topic,
happen? When I was on the
they're
phone
also
with
talking
my
about
friend.
Fizzgig being their
So you
spirit
get the phone
animal,
records, and
so
what does it show? He starts that phone call at
That is ridiculous.
8:33 and 36 seconds. So what can we make from that logic? That if he starts a phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds, and he's on that phone, and he sees the Randolph car come, they couldn't be at home at 8:30. You see, because now they're missing their 11 or 12 minutes. It's starting to tick away. Why did they think it was so important? 11 or 12
Yeah.
minutes.
Sal did
They
do that.
thought it was fine to tell you that. And yet now they've got a bigger problem. Because even at the beginning, remember he said it was sort of the beginning of the conversation. Let's take that as true. Let's just say it was 8:34. 8:34 that he sees this. Now think about it. If it's 8:34, 8:35, 36. The car comes, a garage door has to open. Do the mental math. A garage door has to open. He's seeing this. Sharon had to walk in. Tommy can't run her over, so he has to let his wife go into the house.
well,
So
I
he's
mean, you
slowing
don't wanna
down.
run over your wife if you're
So
gonna
he said
shoot her.
it
I
was hard
mean,
for him to get
Oh my
out.
you
God.
paid to
The
get her
garage
shot, why
door
run her over?
closes.
I mean
And
I did
what
hear that
did I
before.
ask Mr. Bartlett?
That was just
How
funny.
long after the garage door closes do you hear something? 25 to 30 seconds. Do the math. He also tells us something very interesting, Mr. Bartlett. He says that he's been around, that's what he said. And when he heard blasting, he told his friend, I heard blasting, and he got off the phone. What time did he get off the phone? 270 seconds later, from 8:33:36. So you're looking at past 8:38 when those gunshots happen. Well, now you got a problem, because we know if it's 8:38 and at 8:44, that's 6 minutes and about 50 seconds. What happened to their 11 or 12 minutes? It got destroyed. Why did they think it was that important to tell you that? Because it was necessary for them to prove their case. We don't have a burden of proof. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't have to make these arguments. I don't need somebody like Mr. Tomchak with all his talent to stand up here and show a witness and prove to you.
I really do like this because really, I mean, I do wish he kind of had a chart to. I think they used it in the Zimmerman case where they really show like reasonable doubt in levels because I
Yeah.
think a lot of people are somewhat analytical, but I
Yeah.
really do like that he keeps going back to we have nothing to prove. Like we could sit here and say diddly squat and make them
Mhm.
prove everything, but we don't have to say a doggone thing. These people did jack diddly squat and look, I would have just stood up there and make fun of people, but I'm a terrible person. Like
No, I get it.
I
That's
have
what I
no
wanted to
gifts.
hear. That's what I wanted to hear.
Hello, Lefty.
Hey, Lefty.
And I want someone to be mad because at this point I feel like the state has wasted this like as much as this man is a giant dill hole and seems to prey on really women that have terrible self-esteem and at the low point of his life, they have ruined this man's life because of a bunch of old crones who have nothing better to do than frost people's hair
Yes.
and
I feel
innuendo and wasted taxpayers' time. They almost put this man to death, to daggone death,
yes.
because of some old biddies who got upset that he look, it's the same thing like people like someone trying to charge me because I wanna send Mr. Mo a body pillow with Nancy Pelosi's, boobs on it. You know, it it'd be the same thing. I it could just be that we have different tastes and mind your own damned business, Linda.
Yes.
I
Go.
apologize to any Lindas in the chat, but I don't think I know any Lindas in the chat.
To you. Doubt everywhere.
I do like that his
And
suit,
again,
he may have put on
when
a
you
little
see
bit of
that, I
stress eating
ask you,
because that
what
second
was the
button is
purpose
not
of it?
buttoned. And sir, I
What
feel
were
you
they doing?
because I
What
either
was the
stress eat
necessity
or
to
don't
do
eat,
that?
but there
Was
is no
that
in
fair to
between.
Thomas Randolph? Was it fair? I suggest it was not. So there's a slide on Mark Bartlett. 8:33:36. He's on the phone. Gets off the phone at 8:38 because he heard the shots. That's proof positive.
Oh, what is
That's
this
how.
Dr. Evil look? All he needs is a black cat, and he's a supervillain in a really bad B. Bond style movie
Oh, the
with
process.
his old crone Bond women. Ew.
Yeah. They're just like pissed over there.
I know, they all look like they've never gotten a really good, married time.
All right, we had to begin a pedal.
Oh, did he
He did
poop?
some laps around the yard with me.
Oh, that's
Oh,
He
very good.
followed you if you have this.
Oh, good jobs. Oh, need some water?
Aw.
Yeah,
It's
he
so
just
cute.
yeah,
I
Poop Face McEsquire. I mean, he just ugh, I don't know, smugly face.
Mhm.
Just smugly. Both of
State's
them
case
too. I just
fell
Yeah.
apart right in front of him. Let's look at what really happened. Concentrate on what really happened. The truth behind it. Who's Mike Miller?
I mean, we can, Sal, if you want us
Is
to.
that human? Well, I tell you one thing.
Well, I
I know
mean,
one thing.
I
Let
can
us
record a
know.
cameo.
This
I
I'll
can
give you
go to,
a app.
You know what? Before I move in,
if you'd like to me to record a clip, my Cash App is available. I will put it on the mod thing, $10, and I will record an ASMR, yay poop you for anyone.
Exactly.
Let me
Whatever
see
you
if I
like
can
to
put.
congratulate
Hey,
on, we'll do.
all
We'll
right,
do that for
sir.
$10.
All right. This is Philip J. Sir, I know you don't. He's like, no, no, ma'am. Okay.
Look at his little face.
He's like, I hate everyone. But yes, this is Philip J. Fry. He was going to be Lur, but he doesn't have the testosterone. And I was going to name him Kiff, but I know you as chat, and it's too close to Queef, and I know y'all chat. I know y'all. So that is what his name is.
He really just is chilling. It's so funny.
I asked her, I was like, I want to increase my mobility. I want to walk. I'm working on getting stronger and walking on uneven grass, but on bad days, like walking up and down my driveway is going to be kind of it. So, I need a kind of laid back kind of guy. And she's like, I got the guy for you, but he's not going to be the all black one. He's going to be this guy. And I thought, okay, we can do that. But yeah, because the one breed we were looking at was the King St. Charles something something or other. It's like the world's most lazy dog. Something royal. It's not a corgi. I know, never our chat. Not our chat. I can't imagine our chat would ever do some sort of innuendo.
Mm-hmm. That Lefty and Sal get called out by name.
I know the amount of time I spent. I shouldn't be shocked with children. The amount of time between children, animals, you spend praising poopy time.
Oh.
And Sal, if you'd like, cash app $10. I'm just saying. At this point, if I'm going to get accused of doing weird stuff on the internet, I'm going to get paid, damn it.
It's some kind of
Clip
payment.
that. Clip that and send it to Centerton Elementary.
Oh my
Take
God.
that and
Can
clip
you
that,
imagine
ma'am.
people that too? Now
Yeah.
you're
Send it
offering
to,
the people to pay you to give them congratulation poop videos.
yeah, you know what? Send
Man.
it straight to the LuLaRoe Mafia over there, adult granimal wearers, and let me know.
one thing I did in picture, I own something. Talked about being obnoxious, politically incorrect. Just no filter. And there's no way I'm taking it back. Because who's he? Some of the things that were said, just obnoxious. He has no filter. There were things that were said that just shouldn't be said. Sometimes he's rude. And I would suggest he's born that way. He's always been that way. And he's that way as he sits next to me. But there
Our
is
client's
no
an
assumption
ass.
that Judge Jones
Sorry.
not one
Good
that
morning,
says you
Indigo.
convict a human being of murder because you don't like it, because you think he's offensive, because he says things he shouldn't say. We don't convict people of murder for that. But who's this guy? Who's old Mike Miller? Well, we know state, they admit that he's done it. They do say Mike Miller murdered Sharon. He's a thief. He's a murderer. And how do we know he's a thief? Because remember, he had that driver's license, didn't he? Michael Hoag's driver's license. Michael Hoag's stuff. He had it in his pocket. So we called Michael Hoag, didn't we? And you saw Mr. Hoag was. I mean, but he still had a right to his stuff. And if he's, I don't know, strung out and falling asleep on the Greyhound, he still had a right to his stuff. How did it get in his wallet? Even the detective said, well, maybe it, maybe he actually said that. And it makes me wonder, why Detective O'Kelly, 60 witnesses, but you don't interview Mr. Hoag? But Mr. Hoag talked about
Same, Sal, same.
detectives, two people coming to
Like,
see him.
listen, Mo may not be your cup of tea,
What was that about?
but who among you
I would
hasn't
suggest
thought of
the
having a
state of Nevada doesn't
killdozer?
like that information, because what it does is it shows you something. If this mastermind over here, he's the director, what did he also do? Oh, well, when they find you, I'm going to need you to be looking like a thief. So why don't you put somebody's fake or somebody's identification in your pocket? We also know he's a thief too, because Corey Thompson had a cell phone. And Detective O'Kelly told us, without asking, don't tell us what he said, it's hearsay. Was there any connection between Corey Thompson? No. He stole that too. What about that cosmetic? Did I say that right? Cosmetic, or was it costume? That cosmetic costume jewelry ring he had in that left pocket. Now, I don't know people's finances, but I would suggest there are a lot of people that would be very proud to give that ring. So I don't think the state of Nevada has a right to tell you something that is obviously false. I don't know, maybe you think that ring is worth nothing. That ring is valuable. It looks like gold. It looks like diamonds. And it looked like something that a lot of ladies could be proud of. A lot of husbands, boyfriends, anybody, lovers could be proud to give to somebody and say that's theirs.
Smiz
And
Mars.
to have police say, oh, that's costume. It's cosmetic. And they won't back off from it. Well, did you appraise it? No. Did you hear the way, oh, it's a gold medalist looking thing with some clear glass kind of things. That's not fair because they know what Michael Miller's done. I'd suggest to you that what happened in that house, Michael Miller was packing everything up. I would suggest you use your ordinary common sense with that cocaine man that he saw. Maybe Mr. Talker over there is like, oh, I just look at this ring. It's very valuable. Maybe Sharon showed pride in it. And he saw it that night.
What is up with the try?
And
Someone is
loaded up
getting
his stuff,
all.
being the burglar he was. One thing I just can't wrap my mind around is the state of Nevada keeps saying, why would he do it on that day? Why would he do it? Why would he?
No, I didn't, but I'm glad you undid it because, yeah. I mean, had you sent one to Mark Jensen, I'm sure, well, are you going to send one to Mark Jensen? And if so, subject matter and let me peer review it
Why would he do it on that day?
before you get on a
They
list.
were gone for a week beforehand. They're going to be gone for a week after. Why would he do it? That
And
day.
sorry, I'm on my phone,
It
guys.
seems
It
so
is the boys'
obvious.
first day at a
He's
new
house
school,
sitting
so I'm
and
making
has
sure
house sitting in the past.
that
Has a
they are
kid
doing
who's going to
just
be the most
fine.
obvious suspect
I
when
haven't
he's
gotten any
supposed to be house
alerts
sitting
on their
or
new
away.
app,
What did
but
you
and I'm
hear
sure they're doing fine. I'm
without
just being
contradiction in this trial?
me.
That Thomas Randolph had taken money out that day and that he missed the turnoff and that Michael Miller knew he had a lot of money. Michael Miller's not a well-planned out human being. He does things with opportunity. Somebody was sleeping, I got that. Somebody's phone, I got that. That was the day he could be in and out. Burglary only takes 5-10 minutes. Anybody who knows that should know that. It only takes 5-10 minutes, especially
Yeah,
when you
that
know
was
where
the other
things
thing
are.
I didn't
And
quite
he's
get ever
perfectly
from
fine.
the
He's probably got
states.
another 15 minutes in there.
from the state's argument every time was that a burglary generally, so he has been in the house. He's been in the house. He knows where things generally are. He knows where the jewelry box is, where the guns are. He's done painting. He's done different things. If he's a crime of opportunity, it seemed to be to me that if you are going to be robbing someone, if you know that he has a great deal of money, why why would the state think it would take 912 years to rob someone? Again, if you are fairly familiar, say I look, I can go into someone's house once or twice and be relatively familiar with where they might keep something. I don't need to ransack their entire house. I mean, I would think ransacking would be more for if you have no knowledge or possibly something that you see on television. I don't know. Look, I watch Cops mostly, and for some reason now YouTube thinks I really wanna watch people that are disrespectful while getting arrested. So, but what he says here makes sense. Again, if this gentleman has been in the house, he'll know where things are. If he h- realizes that, hey, a l- lot of my rings are costume, but oddly enough, my wedding ring, which looks costume, is actually some of the things that look costume in my jewelry box are actually fairly expensive, and then some of the things that look fairly expensive are costume. So, really, he could be gambling, but the lawyer makes a really good point
Because they're going to watch the movie. But they came home
because
and
they
they
were gonna get
interrupted a burglary.
spexy.
And this is what happened.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Let's look at what the evidence is. You see, that shoe is very important too, that Reebok shoe. It came out of a bag. Because why on earth Michael Miller is doing, got his change of clothes, don't know if the girlfriend's out back, don't know if somebody's a getaway driver. And how do we know that? Because of the great interview that was done with the girlfriend. You remember that? I asked Detective McCullough, did you talk to the girlfriend? No. What kind of car did she have? Huh? Are you really? Really? This is his girlfriend. Remember, she's going away with him to Florida or California. He's coming into money. And what did he say? I'm done with that guy. That's what he told you. But you look at that evidence up there, and you can see a lot of different stuff. You see the jewelry. What else do you see? Also, we'll get more to that little dent there. Okay, the dent. Do you remember? There's another one. Prosecution asked the witness, "Are there any dents on the refrigerator?" Now, I think the prosecutor's gonna say, "Well, I meant this side or that side." Yes, there's a dent. Let me help you answer the question. There's the dent. Oh, look at it. Are there any dents in that? No, no dents. And then we showed it to him. Yes, there are. Again, if we're not doing our jobs, which again, what's our job? Nothing. We get to sit over there and do nothing. They have the burden of proof. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And then they say things like that. And if we're not paying attention, people may be back there deliberating. Oh, yeah, there's no dents on the fridge. There's no dents. There are. Why are we having to do this? Why are we having to look so hard to show you what's really happening? Is this really fair? Is this really what the state of Nevada should be doing? Telling you there's no dents when there is? Telling you 8:30 when it's not accurate? No chest compressions? Michael Miller's clothing. There is something very confusing about this mask. The mask so obviously came off when Thomas Randolph said he bumped into him. He couldn't have said it more. And if you actually walk watch the walkthrough. Watch Detective O'Kelly keep moving away from where Thomas Randolph actually says. Thomas Randolph says multiple times, I bumped into him. Something happened with his mask. Something happened. He even says, I think it did something to his eyesight or something. He just got it caught. If you look at the mask, he just got knocked off, so he took it off. When I asked Detective O'Kelly, why would he take off the mask? That was what was asked of him. What would be the purpose? Oh, now he's killed the person, so he doesn't have to worry about identification. I want you to think that too. I wore a mask in a house because I'm going to kill this lady, and I'm going to shoot her in the head, and then, okay, well, now I can take it off. She can't identify me. What were they going to come, like, who shot you? That made no sense. He's a burglar. He has to worry that when he leaves, there are cameras, there are people who could see him. He can get over a backyard, down the street, change clothes. It's obvious. Why is he wearing gloves? You know why he's wearing gloves? He wears gloves because although he's been in that house, he knows his hands shouldn't be on the safe. He knows he's ransacking and that there's jewelry boxes. He can't have your fingerprints on those. So he wears gloves. Simple as that.
Well, sir, I thought we were kind of
There's his
going
left
with
pocket.
there wasn't a whole lot of
Maybe that's pretty
ransacking.
good. Costume.
I mean, that is a beautiful ring. I get you're pissed off for your client,
Mr.
but
Hogue. There's Mr. Miller's wallet, maybe. Mr. Hogue's license, card. Michael Miller's a thief. Why are all the facts saying Miller was a thief? He's got the ring in his pocket. He's got jewelry in the bag, masks, gloves. And look at that bag of jewelry he was getting out of there. They made a big deal about there are no shots in the hat. It doesn't make any sense. There's no shots in his shoes. Why is he wearing those cowboy boots that Sharon gave him? Because maybe he's worried about footprints in there too. And this will show that it's not me. But who knows what's going through that guy's head? You know, when you talk about the mind of Michael Miller, you're talking about somebody who's a bad human.
oh, are we allowed to bring his
Because
past
I would
into it?
suggest that this is just my argument. There's an instruction saying use your ordinary common sense. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. This is what I'd suggest. That violent behavior and crime are associated with.
Oh, not Annie Hall is driving me nuts. I wasn't. Sir, your client. Oh no, the biddies are coming together. Look, I want them to do the old bees of the old bee itches
You use your
of
ordinary common
Eastwick.
sense.
I think that would be
If it's
hilarious.
mad, that cocaine is just, you decide for yourself what that does to you. You decide for yourself. A lot of you have lived for a lengthy period of time. I would suggest.
Ooh, sir, also don't call them old. He's like, y'all is vintage. Y'all is old as hell. Sir, don't call the jury old. Daggone.
You that, well, let me say it this way. I think it was Detective O'Kelly who testified it is a plight on our society, didn't he? That's what he said about cocaine. He said that. I asked him. It was a plight on society. And that's exactly right. This man had used cocaine. This man had a reason to run because he was going to go with his girlfriend. And we know that for a number of different reasons. Look at the jewelry, and you see it scattered around. So apparently, I guess what they're suggesting is that Thomas Randolph put that there to stage it. And then again, he's so clever, he also got, let me stage this correctly, and pull a few pieces out and the shoe out. It doesn't make sense. It's a frenzied scene.
You know, I like this argument. My client is too dumb to have staged this.
Always a good argument, right?
My client is not the bright. He's loud, obnoxious, and not too
DNA is on
smart.
those
Okay.
bags. Michael Miller. Now, Thomas Randolph also touched those bags. DNA, Michael Miller's. That's not cosmetic. Those coins may very well be valuable. I would argue you look at them carefully. If you can blow them up, you look at them carefully. They may be gold or silver. What do I know? But I know not to call it cosmetic without an appraiser. Inside the bags. Look at that.
Okay, defense. Did you not? Defense, you are having your panties all in a damned twist. Did you appraise this shit? I'm sorry. Look, okay, y'all, here is the skinny. Um, I was all Twitter pated because my father was supposed to come in, but Mr. Mo popped hot on the coof. It was in fact not a man cold. It was the coof, and we believe we got it. Well, he got it. I am fine. I feel just fine. Um, at my bonus daughter's gathering this last weekend, she is gonna be a doctor. We are so proud. Uh, but no, for real, she's gonna be like a doctor. Like she can look at blood and everything. But so he is halfway here, but won't see us because of, coofness. Mr. Mo is feeling so terrible, he's back up remodeling stuff. So that is what it is. But and I'm a terrible person because I'm over here like, I don't have to clean now like a crazy person, and I don't have to do a cookout now. I may just day drink because
Hey,
Mr. Mo is home.
there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm like, in whatever reality you believe in, however you wish me to be, in whatever reality you are, my status will remain undocumented.
Mhm.
Oh, look how fancy they made look at their PowerPoint. It's got all the color bullets and everything.
Before I go to this
Mhm.
slide, I want to
It's
talk
like
to you about something.
I didn't do it.
I really want you to think carefully about what I'm going to say. If this is a plan, assume it is. Assume for what I'm going to say now that they're right. This is a plan that he has made up. Okay. Michael Miller shoots Sharon right in the back of the head in this plan. Just drops her. She didn't see it coming. It's like a hit, right? Why, if Michael Miller then takes off his mask, oh, high five, got the job done. Now what do I need to do? Make it look like Joe? Yeah, go on your way. Good job, Michael. As soon as insurance comes in, I get you the check. And Michael Miller walks away. And Thomas Randolph says, yes, he already did that in round number 1, and comes up behind him and shoots him in the back of the head when the police come. He's like, oh yeah, this thing happened, and then Michael Miller ran right by me and I shot him. But that's not what happened. Do you see my point? What happened was frenzied. The shooting of Michael Miller was
I mean, the ski mask thing is a little
If
sketchy,
he was
but
double-crossing
there's so much
Tommy,
more
Tommy was double-crossing
that doesn't
Michael
make
Miller.
sense.
There shouldn't have been a frenzied attack. It would have been easy for Thomas Randolph to do the same thing, shoot him in the back of the head. It would have been so simple. Or just shoot him right in the chest. Well, what happens instead? You have a person running around. That shot through the elbow is frenzied. The shot's in the head. It's all over him. Because it wasn't double crossing. Because it's exactly what Thomas Randolph said. And, you know, if you look at that crime scene diagram, it's really important. Look at it carefully. Because I tried to point out, you see, when Tommy came in, he sees Sharon, he realizes something's wrong, so he pops into that room. That's what he said. He said it all along. But once he goes in that room, you see, Miller couldn't see it. And that's why Miller had just committed a crime. Miller had just committed murder. Miller threw that gun down. Why would he throw that gun down? Because it's a murder weapon now. He just meant to steal it. And he couldn't see Thomas Randolph. So that's why Thomas Randolph explains that Miller's coming down and they sort of bump into each other. There's another thing I really want you to concentrate on. I really want you to think about. Maybe it's gone by, or maybe I just looked at this case too focused. Why, if this is a setup, did Thomas Randolph go get the .22 and take it away and throw it away? Why would he do that? It's a setup, right? He tells Miller, you shoot my wife with a .38, right? You shoot my wife with a .38, and then I'm gonna double cross you with a 9mm. Why wouldn't he take the .38? Why did he get a .22? And then he appears to think that's the gun. He even says, I got it and I threw it in there by the garbage can. Why would he do that? Why would he just not get the .38? It makes no sense. He killed my wife with a .38, but he gets it wrong. He gets it with a .22 because he doesn't know. These are all indications he has no idea. Detective O'Kelly tells you that the Millers are missing gloves. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Millers. Billy Miller was, he was agitated. But the Millers said something very important. They said in their first interview, within hours, and by the way, he wasn't missing for 3 days. Vita Miller said, I just saw him the day before. Billy's sitting right there. I understand Billy's angered, irritated with me. But they say something important. The police say, hey, you don't have a ski mask with like some holes in the eyes. And they both say, oh yeah, you're missing it. Billy Miller's like, I got one of those. And Vita says something very important. They actually use the term, Mrs. Miller, have you seen a mask like that? Yes. When was the last time you saw it? December 2007. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did Michael Miller move in that house? Christmas Eve. All of a sudden, they lost themselves a ski mask. I wonder what he was doing with that. And they were missing a pair of cotton gloves. Now, Billy Miller got upset about, prove it, he told me. And Detective Kelly said, did he say it? Yes, he said it. They were missing gloves and a ski mask. What a coincidence. Have you realized what a coincidence this mask is? Now, who was excluded from the mask? The mastermind over here. The mastermind over here who supposedly threw it down, his DNA isn't on it.
Mm-hmm.
He was excluded.
I don't recall specifically what the DNA says. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can remember the DNA evidence as you remember it to be from the DNA analyst who testified. I didn't know what those criteria numbers. I don't remember which ones they were.
Thomas Randolph, I would argue, and I am positive, was excluded from that mask. Excluded. And Michael Miller was included 1 in 4. Not a high number, but only 1 in 4 of the population. In other words, 1 out of every 4 people in the population could have made the DNA they found. But Michael Miller was included in that. Thomas Randolph was excluded. What a coincidence, isn't it? That there's a mask with 1 in 4 DNA that it's Michael Miller, laying right next to Michael Miller. Vita Miller tells you, yeah, a mask like that went missing December. Billy Miller agrees, and Detective O'Kelly told us the mask wasn't recovered. What a coincidence. No, it isn't, because I asked Detective O'Kelly, you know why you didn't find it? Because the mask's right there. He didn't seem to dispute it. Remember yesterday? Detective O'Kelly was sort of like, yeah, that's the mask. That's the mask. He stole the mask, too, because he's a thief. He stole the gloves. He stole the mask. He stole the ID. He stole the ring. Stole a cell phone. It couldn't be any more coincidental. Because what is he? He's a burglar. They never located the mask. And there are the gloves. Clear as day. Why is he wearing gloves? Because his fingerprints can't be on those jewelry boxes. Or is he just dressing up to play the part and then going to run out of there? Who would have ever seen it? There's no video in there. Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Why? Why is he dressed
Oh,
the part of the burglar? Because that's exactly
well,
what he is.
this
Where was he
this
getaway?
daggone
Don't you ever
trial
wonder that? How is he
embodies.
going to get away? He's
Why?
got these
Why must
bags
you
of
do with this,
jewelry,
my
the
peoples?
gloves. How is he going to get away? I'd suggest to you that we probably don't know the answer. Maybe he was going to steal that Pontiac in there. Maybe he had somebody waiting. How did he get there? They looked for a bike. They couldn't find one. And then we also notice, don't we, the medical equipment on there. Why is that important? Mr. Tomchak showed you that in the beginning. It's very important because they're trying to tell you that crime scene is preserved. All it takes, as I've been walking around this floor, if there's some marble on there, I'm
Oh,
probably going
well,
to kick it. You
y'all,
bring
dag
5
on
of
it.
me, we're definitely going to.
Okay. We will bring it back on when he's done with body cam. For the love of Cheetos, people.
Okay. It's like, looks, I don't know. Look like fishing line, but I don't know. But it
Yeah.
reminds me of what Billy Miller told us, told the police, that the mask he had a big mouthpiece. And I can't do it because I can't tamper with evidence. I can't tamper with it, but I always wondered if it was undone, would it have a huge mouthpiece? Because it tells you where it's coming from. Tommy Randolph was excluded off the DNA. We know what happened. Cash, jewelry, guns, prescriptions. He knew where they were located, Mr. Miller. He knew.
I mean,
That's what he was
that's
doing.
kind of,
And he
that really
wasn't
does
that
negate
night.
the point. I mean,
Did he maybe need a fix? If it was low, maybe he just needed himself some drugs. Ransack. See how they fought us on ransack? It's not ransacked. The house is not ransacked. They kept telling you that over and over and over. It wasn't ransacked. Yes, it is. And there's going to be something very, very important we're trying to tell you about that scene. Remember, we're talking about how Sharon's blood was into the carpet. What we're saying is that once she was shot, it would be almost impossible to get over her to get into ransack. The only reason we're saying that is because it shows them that what happened in the master bedroom happened before she was shot. And so we know it has to be Michael Miller. It has to be. And how is that not a ransack? He just got caught in the middle of it. He knows what to look for. He's got jewelry, but look at this. Look at these drawers.
I mean, that does
Look
kind
at the
of,
jewelry. Those were shells that are pulled out. And
I
don't
mean,
wanna
maybe he too
concentrate.
was
You see that,
horrified
but
by
you
the
see
pink
how,
furniture and wanted to get out as
but you
quick
can
as
see how
possible.
you don't, there's
He
no
kept seeing
blood
himself
prints.
in that
Remember, I talked
headboard
about that at length, because
mirror
it's not like
thing.
somebody stepped
God.
in it and go back in to start to burglarize, steal. It happened beforehand. It tells you what was happening. He got caught in the act. Michael Miller got caught in the act, and when Sharon came home, he shot her. He threw the gun down. It's obvious. It's plain as day. There's no footprints. Jewelry was taken before Sharon was shot. Here's the truth. See, this is not the words of Tommy Randolph. These are somebody else's words. Michael Miller was coming into money. How's he going to get it? He's going to steal it from the Randolphs. Then he's going to move to Florida, California
It
with his
looks kind of
girlfriend,
like
who we
my
know
room, to
nothing
be
about.
honest. I need to go through
And
and
he's never going to have
get
anything to
much
do with
better
Randolph
at
again. Don't take my
clothes I'm not going to wear anymore. Like hard truth, honesty, like this is not happening no
Now,
more.
if I understand you correctly, you said that Mike said that he
was coming into some money and he was gonna go with his new girlfriend and they were gonna move to Florida or California. Remember that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And Mike also told you that he was gonna have nothing more to do with Mr. Randolph.
Right.
Just so I understand that. Mike's saying, I'm not gonna have anything more to do with this man over here, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna come into some money. I'm gonna move with my girlfriend to Florida, California.
Right.
That includes cross-examination. There's your motive. It's right there. That was his own end. State's witness said. I just asked the questions. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph, and he's leaving, and he's coming into money. It was so obvious what the motive is. He stole a mask, he stole gloves, he's getting out of town, he's gonna rip them off, he's got a few hours window. It's obvious. It's obvious. I want to keep reminding you of something. If there's anyone of you, if you're back there in deliberations and say, you know, when that lawyer, Chris Orm, got up, I can disprove or I think he's wrong about that. Okay. I don't have a burden of proof. I don't know how many times I could say that. In our country, the state of Nevada has the burden of proof. States all over the place, all over our states, all over the United States, and the federal government have the burden of proof when they bring a person to trial.
Oh, no.
Prove
Well,
it
that's a
beyond
deal
a
breaker,
reasonable doubt.
Sal.
Yeah,
The
kinda.
defendant, we haven't shown reasonable doubt here. No. It's just overwhelming the doubt. Now, if I understand you, they told you in opening argument, the prosecutor, the scene doesn't add up. Well, no, it doesn't. Not for their case. It most certainly doesn't. That scene doesn't add up. Who came in and cleaned it up? They had a week difference where they come back and find cartridges. Randy McPhail,
Mm-hmm.
an analyst, maybe it'll refresh your memory because Mr. Tomczyk said, look, you've got a reputation when you were working there as perhaps the finest that could be. And what did he say? He even admitted, like, that crime scene screwed up. He has all this stuff, dude. 5'8", blood and brain matter. And Mr. Tomczyk, he said something funny. I thought that was really good. The music this part. Mr. Tomczyk started talking about he's 5'8" at his eyes or something along those lines. And Mr. McPhail said, oh no, he's 6'3". And when they were saying it was not higher than 5'8", I kept thinking I am more relevant than they are because if I was cleaning, that's what it would be. About 5'8", like cleaning.
I love how he's just going to keep bringing up that whole thing.
They clean the
Right.
walls. They clean the walls. You see, they cut away the material. And then they come back in and they're, oh, look, we found 2 cartridges. Therefore what? Therefore you screwed up the crime scene? They didn't even have to. What about that safe? Do you remember when I showed you the safe yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Before I forget, you know what I was pointing out about Detective O'Kelly pointing up at all those arrows? Colleen was holding her child. What are those arrows? What do they depict? Blood and brain matter. It's showing. Think about that picture. It's in evidence. We put it in evidence for a reason. What are you showing? Look. What are you showing? This was a screwed up crime scene. They didn't even take a picture of the big safe. They tell you it's not ransacked. How do they get away with that? How is it not that? How is all of this starting not to add up to terrible, terrible doubt? In fact, I don't have any burden of proof. I don't want to say it. I think we proved he was actually innocent. If you want to find him guilty of being a cheater, adulterer, oh, guilty. He couldn't shut up about it. Tells the police, but he doesn't hide it from anybody. Don't tell your wife. That is rude. He does. He tells the police that. They don't have to find out. Oh, yeah, look, she was it. It's not nice. And if that's why he's guilty, if you're a cheater and you're guilty, or you're obnoxious and you're guilty, it's so unfair. He may be those things, but you may not like it. I suggest to you that that's amazing.
Look, my thing would be that he got a perm, but
If you disagree with me, you don't
Right.
lose. You have to say that what I'm saying right now is false, beyond a reasonable doubt. It was obvious. You read that reasonable
it
doubt.
was
Judge.
oblivious.
Remember
You
that.
know it.
There wasn't evidence the first day.
That shaggy haircut.
Look at that rug. See, Miss Weckerly, fairly, I really do congratulate her when she said that. I thought it was very fair on Miss Weckerly's part. But right now in her closing, she said that Thomas Randolph said the door was closed. But she did say, you may remember, she said, in fairness, he does say that thing in the walk through. For that, and to Miss Weckerly, I congratulate her. I think that's very fair. That rug shows you something. That door had been propped open, and you can see that place had been cleaned. They contaminated the crime scene. They let so many officers into that crime scene. Look at the people at the scene. Officers at the scene. Before I go any farther, Miss Weckerly said, well, you heard from the first responders. I thought we heard from one. I thought we heard from one first responder. We didn't hear from all these people.
Jesus. There was a lot of people there.
Do you see that one? If you could just pay attention. He entered the garage. Look at all those people. See? Look at them.
Good night. Yeah, that is.
Seeing clean. Hazmat crew came in. Cleans all the blood. Cleans up to head level. Mr. McPhail, highly respected man, said so. Detective O'Kelly, he said so. The crime scene's so damaged. And actually, I suggest the crime scene matched what Mr. Randolph said. You know, War Hero walked in here yesterday. Don't know if that after cross-examination. Yeah, you be the judge. War Hero. Did you have Bronze Star with a V? That means for heroes. And what I would ask you, did you believe him when he counted the story of why he got that? Did you believe him? Because he said, let's recount it, that what I presume was Taliban was coming. He said he shot a shotgun. Remember how trained he was? And he said it was the strangest thing because he didn't hear it. He didn't hear the shotgun. He said, that's strange. I didn't hear the sound of the gun. He said he killed the guy. And then he realized, oh God, I can hear gunshots. He looked down between his legs. He saw a bullet. And then the other one went by his right ear and he turned. He said, remember he said, I get out of tunnel vision, like his training. And he looked and there was a man coming through a hole with an AK-47 shooting at him, and he shot and killed him. And what I thought was interesting is he repeated that story.
Oh, wow. Could you look more bored? Like,
and then he came on the witness
oh
stand.
my God.
Yes.
Someone clip it. How do I clip this? Note to self. Write down timestamp. Fry. Look, I'm not going to move my other arm, Fry, but I need to write down timestamp so I can write down this man's bitch face because, look, y'all, it's been a week already.
It's just so
What is this? Is like, okay, y'all have seen the angry, I call it the angry Indian father. It looks like he's got like a puffy vest. It looks like he's at like a basketball game, but it's like the disapproving angry Indian father meme.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, well, this looks like your dad when you're trying to explain to him exactly how and why you're a screw up and he's done listening. Like Griffin when he's explaining to me how how a Robbler did it for the 80th time. And I'm simply done. Like this is the level to which is this woman talking on her cell phone? Or
Really? Oh,
I don't know. It just looks like it.
it looks like it too.
You know what? Old line red is right. Discount Paul Giamatti is not having it.
Oh God, yeah.
He is, but his face is at a 12, like all caps, underlined, bold. He is simply
and repeated the story again. And then he sort of turned to Judge Jones and said, I could actually still draw the hole. Do we call
well,
him?
but that's kind of odd because I mean, we saw the lawyers in the Brad Leon case, and that was with a sovereign citizen who was, absurdly ridiculous, like to the point of, you know, stupidity.
Oh,
But for
yeah.
him to do that to an actual lawyer, that's pretty. I mean, like David said, if they're actually being professional, you shouldn't be entertained.
Do we call him a liar or a war hero? I mean, I wonder if you give somebody like us the pictures of that wall and say, you're telling me there was Taliban coming through that hole? There's a hole in that wall? What, like a nail? What are you talking about? Did you not believe him? He was telling you the truth. I would suggest that man was telling you the truth. There was no hole in the wall. There was no hole in the wall. None. But he believed it because he told us that there are distortions. He said there's distortions, audio, visual, time. And I talked with Detective Wog about officer-involved shootings. This has nothing to do with officer-involved shootings. Hopefully you understood what I was doing. These are trained officers, and look at the psychological impact and effects that it has on them. It could show signs of depression, tension, agitation, irritability, and fatigue.
I wish
You
he
feel
I wish he had this
detached.
down pat. I wish he didn't have it underlined and highlighted. Yeah, I well, and this is part of showmanship. If this was going to be a big part of his thing, if this was all going to be the theatrics of, the Taliban and, Zero Dark 30, then I wish in this portion he didn't have his little PTSD pamphlet, with the highlighting things.
Mm.
That looks
Numb. You may feel emotional
Hey, and
reactions that
Smirky
include
McSmirk face.
confusion, impaired decision-making, loss
Thank
of
you,
judgment,
Sal.
slowness of
You're
thought.
my favorite
More
evil
common
twin.
reactions are fear, anxiety,
Woo!
anger, rage, blaming those responsible for the outcome of it.
Like,
This is what trained police officers feel.
it pisses me off when they're smirking because it's like, you
And
have
so-
no case.
When you
So how can you say what
Well,
this
it's-
guy is saying when
Thomas
he's
Randolph,
like blowing up your story?
where he's standing,
Like,
how many times
Well,
he's
it's
shot.
more of a professional
Be
thing. I
aware,
mean,
that's not how they hold their
well,
own law
I don't know. I
enforcement.
guess it
We don't
wasn't really
hold our own
professional
law
for,
enforcement to those standards.
Reverend
Can I borrow that ruler?
Awesome Smooth to go, full ham on Uncle Phil, but it was funny.
that was funny though.
So remember what I did with Detective
But she
Kelly?
always looks like
I
that,
asked
Old
him, I said,
Line
well, tell
Red.
me from where
I can't tell
Thomas
when she's
Randolph comes
pissed
out
off
of
and
the
just
room. And by the
looking
way,
into the
before I continue on with
void.
this, I want you to concentrate. You watch that walkthrough. Thomas keeps saying, as he came out the door, he describes it, the guy goes this way. And Detective O'Kelly, for the life of him, can't accept it. He keeps moving the other way. Now you're down here. Just listen to what the witness is saying. Let him recount it. Because what he's doing is he's driving, come down here, and then I can really prove you wrong. You watch that video and see how Detective O'Kelly does it. Well, yesterday with Detective O'Kelly, I said, from that doorway to that
Well, dude's
place where
rebuttal
Mr.
was
Miller's
ridiculous
heels are,
too,
how
so
far is it? 5 or 6
Yeah,
feet.
I don't know that I'm
Double
gonna be able to
right?
handle
That's double
Mr. Smugly
Did
Smug's,
you know that Mr. Randolph's
rebuttal.
interview with Mr. Mogg and Mr. Hardy, they
We might go
asked
back to
they
something
asked Thomas
else.
Randolph, how far was he from you when you shot?
I just looked and they're not starting anything until like 2:30 today.
And Detective
Yeah,
Mogg
that's
said it's
what
about 3 feet.
it's live in 115 minutes.
So if we know it's
Yeah.
5 to 6 feet to where his
So I
heels
might
are, Michael
stop
Miller's,
this chat,
and that's where
get some
Thomas
lunch,
Randolph is. That's 3 feet.
uh,
So he's
make
saying that the
Mr.
guy is
Nappy
about
Nap
3
Your
feet from
Pants
him.
actually
Now, Michael Miller is
Awesome
2
pants.
feet.
Good job, Sal.
He's that far from the garage
That
door.
is my next week's job.
How
Is
close he is.
I did nothing
That
on
first
my
shot is the
goal
left side. I don't know what the state's saying. Left
tech
side. Oh,
goals,
this is a big
so
deal.
I'm going to learn
Left
to clip
side,
and
right
do good
side,
clips.
shot in the top of the head from somebody on the second floor. No, shot right there.
Although
People move. Some people love collegiate wrestling.
I think I did clip something this week, though. I think I was able to clip the little bit of, I don't know if you guys watch Tim Pool, but I am constantly irritated with Ian, mostly because he's a nearly 50-year-old child um, who fails to grasp anything ever. Uh, but I did manage to clip when he went total Rage-O mode on having to possibly mask up again, and to watch him go full Rage-O mode for about 15 seconds when, in a velour jacket, uh, was hilarious, and I think I titled it "Adult Hippie Goes Rage Mode." No, I have an Apple, but I just need to sit down. Like I said, this was hell week, so but, it I'm sure I will do it this next week
Yeah, you can do
in
it with
theory.
your Apple phone too. I figured out how to.
Yeah, I'll
I just do everything like that.
if I and I can probably do it on my phone since I'll only have one hand because I believe this is now preferred nap position. And I
Yeah.
have to learn how to um let's see. I watch Tim I haven't watched Timcast in a while IRL every night, mostly because Ian annoys the ever living crud out of me. And you can love Ian, I don't care. He just annoys me personally because he fails to grasp any sort of concept ever, and it annoys me.
Mhm.
They will and Tim is just he doesn't let people talk, and when you do a stream, you just need to unwind, and he just Twitter pates me anyways with all the whole, like, all the boogaloo talk, so but I did manage to catch Ian having a, you know, total spaz attack about possibly remasking, and he dropped so many F-bombs in a couple seconds, and I was like, "I am clipping this," because he went total rage mode, and usually he's all hippie crystals, like, "Let's be friends with each other,"
Mhm.
and I can't stand that shit, you know me, I'm like, "Let's flip some tables up in here."
Wrestling. People are moving. When you watch wrestlers go, you watch UFC,
Okay,
they're moving.
we're
They're
now we're
moving on
talking
the
about
wall. And when people are
WWF.
moving
Where
in
where are
full
we in this?
combat positions, they're doing things, they're moving their bodies. Shots can go
I'm
in an elbow, shots can
the
go
more we
here,
get
shots
into
can
this, the
go.
more I'm in with Baker. Could we just stand up, have a point, and then stop? Like, this lawyer has gone on 4 different tangents that we didn't need to go.
Mhm.
There, and that's
He
what you
does it
see.
too. It's just,
That shot went through the left side and
The ring
stayed
was
inside.
super
That's
expensive.
the one. Remember, the detective had seemed to not know that because I had to show him the autopsy.
Oh, no,
That
no.
that
I'm
bullet
sorry.
went in.
Yeah,
That was
no,
just
people
outside
on
the first one.
Timcast, not
Don't know.
Runkle,
It's not
sorry.
recreated, but it
Wrong
makes a lot of
sphere of
sense. The one
influence.
right on. It's Thomas
And
Randolph's in this
welcome,
firefight.
Jungmin.
Right, he gets in whatever position they're in, whatever you
Hey,
can't
Shelley.
tell, but it gets him, it stays inside. That's why it does it through and through, and it doesn't make any kind of mark. The door is already open. He starts to run, and just like there's not a hole in the wall, he's just talking about 3
Eh,
feet.
it
And when he's
as
saying
the
the
gummy wears
angles on the
off, you
head,
start
maybe he's
getting
still leaning
really
up.
upset at
He's
everything.
not dead. He's still leaning up. Maybe he's falling
The
onto the
Rice
bridge.
Krispie
Maybe
treats
he's
run
we
out,
don't
it's
know.
like
I mean, I don't want to
everyone
speculate, but that's what
stinks.
happens. There's no video. So we don't know. But we're talking about 5 or 6 feet. Why, if Thomas Randolph wanted to make it up, didn't he just say it happened in the garage? Why, if he shot him in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage in this big conspiracy? Why didn't he just say it? Why would he make that up? Why would he make up this fire extinguisher? I do not know what the relevance of this fire extinguisher is. I do not know why we've had to spend so much time fighting against a stupid fire extinguisher.
I kind of agree.
I asked Detective McKelly, somebody murders your wife. like that. You could shoot him as many, I'd shoot him as many times as I want. I could do more than that, and I would.
Okay,
Who cares?
per
You have a
I
right to
don't know
defend
that this
your
is
wife. You have a right to
perhaps your best
self-defense.
argument.
So what
I could
difference does
shoot
it
him
matter
more
if
if I
it's true?
wanted to.
Other than that's actually what happened. He's saying it was a nail on the wall. That's not what it was. It was on the refrigerator. Who cares? It's a red herring. It makes no difference. But boy, are they talking, there's no dust mark on the refrigerator. Well, then take a picture of it. Don't tell us that.
Oh Lord, that's a
It
lot of
doesn't make
rebuttal.
sense. And you look at the bolts
Dear
on that
Lord.
fire extinguisher,
Oh
there's
yeah,
two of them. Everybody has.
forever.
But what's the
He goes
point?
on.
What did
Oh
they think he did?
no,
You think
y'all are
they
trying to
pulled
hurt
it off
my
the wall,
soul.
bashed it on his head? Well, he could
I'll
have
have to
done it
talk to
if he
Mr.
wanted to.
Mo. If I can
But that's
drink,
not
we'll
what
do the
happened. He just
rebuttal.
got
If I have to
scared.
stay sober,
They seem to have
it's a
abandoned the
no-go,
light, haven't
y'all.
they?
It's
They
a
really made a
no-go.
big deal about the light when it turned on. But I was able to show when I cross-examined Detective O'Kelly. We even saw a video today. Push the button when he went out. Why would he go get a neighbor? Why would you go get help? Because you're scared. You don't know what's going on. You're apprehensive. There's a hole in the wall. Okay? So, and he said Michael Miller was going to push it. He just turned on the light, and when it turned off, all he's saying is it scared him. What difference does it make? Why is he making it up? It makes no sense. If it happened in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage, why doesn't he just say it? Why does he have to cover it up? Does it
It
make a
does seem
difference
odd that this
in
is a hill we're
self-defense?
dying on.
Does it make it? It makes no difference whatsoever. So why does he have to make a big deal? Why he's making it up? Why? Do you see why? If you shot him, if Thomas Randolph shot him in the garage, just say it. I shot him in the garage. I chased him down. I shot him. Boom, 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 boom. Why not? It's not a problem. Shoot a person in the garage. Just murdered your wife. They're not even going to argue that's not a thing. The state will not stand up and say that his actions, if he is innocent, like if he had no involvement, that there's something wrong with that. They won't. They're saying it's a conspiracy, that he had planned this. But I ask you, why does he lie about that fire extinguisher? Why does he come up with this ridiculous thing about the garage? Just say it. Makes no sense. That's the height of, that tells you, you think of smaller people wiping down the hallways. They just didn't get up on the ladder and clean. It happened, walk through. After they decided Tommy is involved. Do you remember how quickly the judgment? They rushed very quickly. Detective O'Kelly said, I was suspicious. Even in the briefing, I was suspicious. And then when I heard Detective Bogg talking about it, I was suspicious. They focused in on him. And that's why they didn't interview the girlfriend. Because they focused in. There's your guy. And they didn't do the job. They failed. Entire cleanup of that house. People walking in and out for a week. Why did he identify that wrong gun? Don't you see he identified it? Thomas Randolph did. Thomas Randolph took a 22. It doesn't make sense. He thought it was the murder weapon. He thought it was the murder weapon. It was a 38 caliber. And it's pretty unfortunate because I think it was just, I know it was just a mistake. But the prosecutor put up the 22 and says, there's the murder weapon. It's not the murder weapon. Which is a big point of ours. Why would he do it? He did it because he didn't know. He didn't know. He thought it really was the gun that was used. Guns. As you look at that scene, this makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. I need to talk to you about some of the other witnesses that play a role in this case. I want to talk to you for a second about Tony Beam. She said something very valuable because you're wondering, they made a big deal out of Thomas Randolph said, I tried to call 911 and it wouldn't work. By the way, look at the pictures of the 911 on the face. It's 9114. I think if you listen carefully on the 911 call, you hear a push of a button. I think it's Randolph pushing it. The only reason I'm saying it to you is it shows he's nervous. He's something wrong, 9114. He called through to 911, but at some point he pushes a 4. Tony Beam said on the second day of trial, it was a company called Vonage. This is her describing how she talked to Sharon. It was a company called Vonage. Remember that? Yes. Sometimes when you talk to Sharon on the phone, the call would drop. Yes. And what happened? And that happened several times, correct? Yes. That was a thing you knew about talking to her and that phone, that the Vonage service in that house would go out, right? Yes. He's just saying the same thing Tony Beam said. Tony Beam also said something very important. She said that she talked to you about where you were going that night, being Sharon. You knew Tommy had been to the bank, yes. You knew he'd withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank, yes. And then he was going to.
Oh, Lord. This guy and his facial expressions. I mean, I don't see why not.
This is going to be Sharon's state of mind. This is what Tony Bean said Sharon's state of mind was. She talked to you about what they were going to do that night, yes. You knew Tommy had been to the bank, yes. And that he had withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank, yes. And then he was going to put it in another bank. You told Dean O'Kelly in 2008 he was going to put a large amount of money in the bank, yes, because that's what Sharon told you, yes. I'm using that for Sharon's state of mind. He had money in the bank. And before I forget, they're going to try to talk about finances. There's some motive. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I can still remember something very distinctly the very first day. Some of you probably weren't here on the first day of jury selection. Who here has insurance on life insurance? And I remember it was a sea of hands going up. Everybody seemed to. And the reason I say that is because if that person dies, whoever the beneficiary is, has motive. If you're married and your wife dies, you have motive. That's why oftentimes in a homicide of a husband or wife, the first person they look at is the other person because they immediately have motive. If I die, my suit will go to my wife. She has motive. She's going to get my suit. Lots of people have motive. Lots of people have financial motive. If you think about it, if you really do the analysis I'm saying, almost every single one of you, if you think about somebody closely associated with you, you got a nice necklace.
I know. It does.
I got a motive. That's what I did. And a lot of people in our society use your ordinary common sense. They have weird motives. They kill for almost nothing in our society. People have motive. It doesn't mean anything. He had a natural motive. Those life insurances were coming from 2006. You're saying that he's a mastermind for 2.5 years or a year and a half or whatever time that is? Oh, I'm going to mastermind this. And I love the way this was presented constantly. Thomas Randolph got life insurance. No. Sharon got life insurance. She's the one that has to go and get just urinated in a cup. She has to sign it. You look at those documents. That's her getting it. That's her protecting somebody that she loved. And just because a will gives, hey, I want to give something to my daughter, doesn't mean she didn't want, if something happened to her, Thomas Randolph, to have something too. That was her who did that. And that is not, why isn't it $1 million?
Seems odd that I would come right back in when everyone has a reason to kill their spouse.
Well, he's making a good point because it's probably everybody has a life insurance policy and they have
fair.
And when the spouse dies, everybody, you technically have the motive.
This just seems rambly. I'm with Eris. It seems rambly and it seems desperate. Had he put this all in a coherent, these are the problems we have with the retelling or the walkthrough. He was drugged. The interviewers clearly didn't take what he said as truth, kept trying to have him change or challenging him to change. These are the problems we have with the state asserting this as a motive. these are the problems we have with this particular person, you know, being the fall guy instead of the perpetrator. But he's doing it in this weird, like, like bringing up Vietnam and Iraq and all this weird. I mean, again, I can, for me, I can understand how he could have this sort of train of thought rambling in his head because I can do it myself when I'm having these thoughts. But when I'm trying to present it to you guys, like with the murder board, I try to put it all in an order because I know people don't receive the information the way I think it, if that makes sense.
Years.
It just, he's going all over the place. And it's like, sir, I understand how you think, but this is sounding ADHD to the max.
And then you're gonna find Michael Miller a year and a half later. No good deed goes unpunished, I tell you. I heard what a weird relationship this is. Why? Why? You can't give anybody a chance. If you have somebody who maybe makes less money, maybe you're a rich person, you have a landscaper, you can't be kind to them. You've got a pool lady, you can't be kind to them. You can't befriend them. You can't have all of a sudden, you know, I like the Raiders, you like the Raiders, I like the Montreal Canadiens. You like them too. So you become friends. What is the real reason? Is it age? Is there something that really bothers you about this relationship? What's so weird? They say it's weird because you met him at a gas station. It's not like you met him at a gas station and then hid. This man came to Easter dinner. This man fixed the pigeon problem at Colleen's house. And the inconsistencies of some of the state's witnesses in the beginning were dooming him. And what I mean by that, the prosecutor told you in the beginning there was a roof project and nothing got done. Well, Michael Byer, he confirmed that, didn't he? Nothing got done in the roof. And then it was Victorio came in and said, you know what? He claims he has a bad back, Thomas Randolph, and he was up on the roof, and Miller was right by there. I'm like, okay, so he's doomed because Michael Miller and him aren't doing anything on the roof. And then another witness comes in and says, oh no, they're on the roof, and he has a bad back, so that proves he doesn't have a bad back. Well, then he's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't.
Sir, have you met old women and old biddies? I mean, you cannot do snicks right.
Nope.
With some old judgmental women. I mean, you might as well just give the hell up before you even done started.
Clearly.
You are a disappointment no matters what. I mean, clearly you have never met old women from like these you know salons. They will smile to your face and gossip about you like 5 seconds later. Say
Mhm.
bless your heart. Like you is new. Have you been a woman, sir? We is vicious and mean, ornery and sad.
There were other things like
Female prosecutors
Billy
like,
Miller said,
probably
he didn't pay him, he
yes.
didn't give him anything. Yet
100%
I hear
correct.
today, oh no, he's paying him. Why was he paying him all this? Michael Byer said he gave him $300 to clean the garage. I would have cleaned the garage for $300. So is he paying him? And that makes him doomed? Or is he not paying him? And that makes him doomed. It was inconsistent, all in a way to harm him and make it impossible for him. You know, I heard so much about how that man was not loved by Sharon. Well, actions speak louder than words. Actually, that's what my wife says all the time. Actions speak louder than words. Where did they go the week before? They went to they went to Utah together. They went to Utah together. Why? Maybe we could just use our ordinary common sense because they love each other. And they were going to Utah to help his hurt father. His father had a stroke. And what did Thomas tell the police about that? She was wonderful. Actually, I moved my father into a better place because of her suggestion. And then who was spending Mother's Day with her? And apparently that was upsetting some people because she chose having been with Thomas Randolph for a week to spend Mother's Day with him and walk out holding his hand. Why? Because she doesn't love him? And then they were going to go the next week, and the next day, where were they going? Back to Utah, see his parents. Actions speak louder than words. We can say all day long she doesn't love him. Even the tattoo that was mentioned in the place where some people would have their bikini. Okay? But to sit there
Top or
and
bottom?
argue that, well, she got a tattoo and that was, how do you know that? Maybe she really loved him. And maybe they were very close. And you can say he's all of these things, but she married him and she loved him.
All I can see is my lawyer. Look, maybe she sent him a body pillow with Nancy Pelosi's boobs on it, but honestly, she thought it was hilarious. And, you know, if you look at it in a certain light, it, it's kind of hilarious ish or horrifying, but don't hold it against her. I mean, she was giving Teespring money and creating American jobs.
Right.
Amen.
There's no divorce proceedings. He has a place in Clearfield, Utah. And people, they're going to try to put up finances as though it was a forensic accounting, looking at everything. They just put in some finances. It doesn't prove anything. It absolutely proves nothing. Those are the guns, just for your edification. That is the 22.
They needed to be told that those were guns. We're going to have a long
You can see it wasn't
deliberation.
fired. Why did you? That'll always be a mystery. You see the one fired? That's the bullet that killed Sharon. Any targets them all? Not much. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense or in defense of an occupied habitation, or a person against one who is manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence. Michael Miller committed a crime of violence. State agrees, I agree, we all agree with that. Or against any person or persons who manifestly intend and endeavor in a violent, riotous, or surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person is not the original aggressor. Thomas Randolph was not the aggressor. Has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used. That's Thomas Randolph's house. He had a right to be in there, and is not actively engaged in conduct in furtherance of a criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. Thomas Randolph, that instruction tells you the law. They have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that that's not what happened. If evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find the defendant has failed, the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am almost done. If you could indulge me, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. I don't really forgive myself if I do, so I'm just going to look at my notes really quick. Okay.
I mean, he's touched on everything, but he's done it in such a haphazard way that I really feel like he's kind of gunshot splattered it everywhere, which is not the greatest way to have done this.
I'm almost. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary, unless the contrary is proved. That's your reasonable doubt instruction. That tells you the burden of proof. They have to prove what I'm saying. Jury.
Sorry, I have no
Thomas
idea what
Randolph
happened
is not guilty.
other than,
They didn't prove it.
let's see if
They didn't
Jamie will come back.
prove
I
it.
have no
So
idea.
it's part of perspective. Our perspective
Probably,
is he didn't
yes.
do it. Look at the law.
I would like to say that that was planned to make sure you are paying attention,
I
but
urge you to
no.
look at the things the state of Nevada did. They're going to stand up in rebuttal. I won't be able to speak. Look at what they've done. They made a mistake. They were wrong. They were wrong, wrong so many times. Come in this courtroom.
Jamie,
whether
come
you like
back. I'm
Thomas
sorry.
Randolph or not, and deliver justice. The verdict should be not guilty to all counts. Thank you so much for listening.
Sorry, I have no idea what I did.
I don't know. It like kicked me out too. I was like, oh, what happened? And then I looked on the iPad and you were gone too.
Well, so what I think I did was I was trying to multitask. So I have a setup for news so I can make other small videos in the morning, and they have video of the Microsoft executive's ex-wife being arrested. So I was going to make a video of that tomorrow morning. So I was like, okay, save that, send to me. And then I think I clicked out of it, and then I clicked out of everything. So that's what happens when you try to be all on top of thingies.
That's me.
I was like, I am being awesome and on top of it. And
Either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionary.
who is the extra for The
You must not
Godfather
make
back
any
there
investigation, test, the theory of the case, recreate the answer.
Oh my God, I
Or
know.
any other way investigate a real case
with
on
a
your own,
freaking
unless involved in
Looks like he's got a beer in his hand.
rock star in
Yeah.
his hand?
All rise for the jury.
So I think he did an okay job, but again, he started off strong, really getting you into the mindset with, definitely getting you in the mindset of you've just, walked in, you see your wife, you know, injured, you run into a guy, you have to incapacitate him, you wrestle with him or what have you. But then he goes into this whole weird, I don't know your number, I'm not answering that, um, thing. I get weird random spammy calls. I don't know if it's because I'm at home during the day and I answer them sometimes to be a jerk.
They probably are. They're like, hey, let's get this lady. She's she's answering.
Well, that or I seem to the internet and, pharmacies from different countries seem to labor under the delusion that I am in need of a large and reliable source of both herbal and pharmaceutical grade Viagra.
All right. Yeah.
And, uh, while I'm glad that they are very, very worried about both my length and girth, I don't need that. I'm like they're like, "We can offer you such and such," and I'm like, "By the sound of my voice, do you think I need that
Like,
at
thank
low,
you.
low prices?"
Yeah. Thanks for your concern.
Oh, thank you for your very, persistent concern. And I'm not sure who exactly signed me up for this site, but kudos to you,
Sal,
ma'am, or s
was
no,
it?
well, this was before I met Sal.
Oh, okay.
Very true. Um, so yeah, before I met Sal, so he's off the hook for
Right.
possible culprit. But yeah, definitely. I don't know how I got onto these things. Okay, let's see if I can deal with Mr. Smugly without being inebriated.
Yeah. Oh, shut up.
Your dogs are like, no, we can't.
You
They're
said
like
the minute
Ducky.
you said Mr. Smugly, they're like, they're barking. I'm like, what?
They're like, hell no,
I
no
smell that
Ducky.
smugly a-hole.
They're like Ducky, no.
Yeah.
Perfect murder. And now that you've seen all the evidence, you can see how difficult it was for Mr. Randolph to try to pull this off. Because when you looked at all the evidence, now that you've heard it all, it is abundantly clear he completely failed. He completely failed.
You know,
Why? Because his story doesn't add up. It doesn't add up with what you see physically at the scene. It doesn't add up in the manner in which he discusses his wife. It doesn't add up with how he treats his wife. It doesn't add up when you see the insurance policies. It doesn't add up when you start thinking about his relationship with Michael Miller. None of it makes sense if you're painting the story that you're the victim. But in this story, he's not a victim. He's a villain. He has hatched this plan to get rid of his wife, get out of debt, go off with his girlfriend, and take $332,000 and a home. That was the plan. But he got caught. The credibility of a witness. This is a really, really important instruction. You should consider someone's manner upon the stand, their fears, their motives, their interests, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength and weaknesses of their recollection. And here's the best part. If you believe someone has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which isn't proved by other evidence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, when we start evaluating the statements that he makes in these walkthroughs, is a problem. Because it's not proved by other evidence. It's contradicted by other evidence. It's repelled by other evidence.
That instruction deals with witnesses and witness, not the defendant's statement to police.
I can move on.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that instruction does deal with the credibility of the witnesses who testified before you.
So, what does he have to say about himself?
I'm a cocky fucker. Always have been. But I'm also really nice and generous. I'm reasonably honest.
Reasonably honest. The defense closing claims that the shooting happened just as the defendant said it did. Well, let's take a look at this. This are the shots that Dr. Gavin explained to us, right? What we can see here, there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We don't know the exact order, but what we do know is this. When you look at shots 1, 2, 4, and 5, they all come on the left side of Michael Miller's body. And here's what's really interesting, right? So make sure I don't forget my left and my right. So you got this first shot, right? It's coming in from the left, see, I'm doing it wrong again. It's coming in from the left temple, and it's going across the head and up, right? From the left. You got the second one from the left side, and it's coming straight down, right? You got the fourth shot, which is coming in the left side, and it's lodging in his abdomen. You got a fifth shot that's penetrating through that elbow and through the forearm, and it's coming out in this direction. And then lastly, you have a third shot that's entering up an abdomen to the right, and it's going essentially straight up in the air like this. That's really, really important. The directionality of these shots. Why? Watch where he says he is, and watch where he says Miller is.
As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, And that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom. And he started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Just laying there now.
So, you've seen the other videos where if you're in the position of Mr. Randolph kind of standing in that doorway, he says Miller is across from him. He's facing this direction. If we're at a diagonal angle here, ladies and gentlemen, where is my left side? It's here.
Don't ask trick questions. I have
You're
no
shooting
idea.
from this angle at me. How in the world does shot number 1 go through my left temple and up?
Sir, this man was high as balls. Are we expecting, and y'all, it's been 2 hours. High as all the balls when he was saying this, and he was lying his ever living tits off. He had 'em moobs off. Uh, man boobs. Th th there is no way it happened like he was trying to Chuck Norris. He was lying, sir, and high, so it probably didn't happen like he said. You are taking the words of a high braggart. I I don't know why you're taking this as gospel.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
That's not a thing.
So
that defies physics. Look at shot number 2. If I'm standing here at the left,
fixated on exactly what he said.
how in the world?
Well,
am I
that's
getting
what his
shot
lawyer
from
should
here
have
and it's
said. I
here?
mean, if I was his lawyer, I would throw my client. The lawyer should have thrown his client. He kind of stopped halfway before the wheel was there, and okay, thrown him all the way under the rug. I'm not going to say bus but thrown him all the way under. Just been like, look, my client is a braggart. My client is a jerk. My client, is a liar, and he was obviously intoxicated. So he is going to tell the Chuck Norris version of events. We will go ahead and concede, that my client was a lying, high as balls guy
Yeah.
during this thing.
And who's
So
to say he's not really like lying? He's just like maybe he's seeing it differently. And he's like, oh,
Sal, clip
this
this
happened.
post.
What?
Clip this pose, please, for science. Also add a purse, also for science. I mean, a man satchel, a matchel, if you will,
Coming straight
a
down.
male latchel.
That's not happening either.
Oh
Look
my
at
gosh,
shot number
what are
4.
these
If I'm
hands?
standing at this angle,
I can't
and I'm
even
being
do it.
shot here and it's lodging through. How is that bullet curving? What is this, like JFK and the magic bullet? It's not a thing. It defies physics. And then look at
Just
shot
wait,
number
it gets
5.
more animated.
That shot is actually
Oh
coming from
Lord,
the
did we
back of
just
the elbow
invoke
and out.
JFK-ness in this?
The
What the heck?
only other shot that actually
And how do you get a
direction-wise
cowlick on
works
hair
is
that
shot number
short?
3. It's
He's
here.
got some
Except
weird
it's going
cowlicks.
straight up towards the ceiling. How is that possible? The answer is it's not. It's not. It just isn't. And just looking at this, we know what he said makes no sense whatsoever. But again, what direction would he really need to be? Think about it for a second. What does he say happened? He says, oh, he's walking away from Sharon. He turns towards me. I push him, and then he's kind of moving this way. And then maybe ultimately, once the firing, he kind of turns and starts making his way. If all these shots are on the left, with the exception of shot number 3, you know what direction Mr. Miller has to be looking to be hit by any bullet if he's in that doorway? He has to be looking at Sharon. He has to be looking at Sharon. That's how you could maybe get shot number 4 if he's looking at Sharon. But here's the thing. It didn't happen the way he said it happened. It happened in the garage, and he didn't tell the police how it went down in the garage. He concocted this story. Words matter. Words matter. And his words don't add up.
And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Boom, boom. Except the door had to come down.
So ridiculous.
Just like it
So
was.
ridiculous.
And I actually got close. Boom, boom.
So let's look at that shot, right? In this version, Miller's on the ground. His feet are going back towards Sharon. You've seen the photos. You've seen the pools of blood. Miller's head is kind of right in front of the fender of that car, right? But if you look at, he is saying that's when he does the 2 headshots from the fire extinguisher. We'll get to that, right? That's what he says. So if you've got a left shot going up and across your head, but your head is here, how in the world, if he's at your feet and he's shooting like this, how does he do that? He said he's on the ground. How is that possible? It's not. It is not. What he said happened did not add up. That makes no sense. Is it a dynamic situation? Yeah, probably. When you double cross the guy who you thought, hey, I'm going to get some money here, they're probably hanging out of the garage and he just double crosses them. So is there some dynamics in the garage? Absolutely. But here's the thing. We don't know because he didn't tell that story. He invented this other thing that doesn't add up. But the last headshot is left and going down. If Miller is lying with his head by the fender, how is that possible? He says those 2 headshots are done on the ground. Not while he's falling, remember, because the fire extinguisher scared him so much that he did a couple more finishing shots. That gunshot, if Miller is truly on the ground with his feet towards Randolph, with his feet towards Sharon, that bullet is coming back towards Tom. How is that a thing? It's not. Why? Because it's not true. It didn't happen the way he said it happened. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first little step that you can look at. It's not a little step, it's a huge step where you can move towards, we have proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt, just by taking him at his word. Taking him at his word. He's already guilty of this. And the ski mask. There's a lot of talk by the defense about, oh, look at the linen and the tying and this and that. Maybe it really is, maybe it is just the one that the Millers described that they had. Don't miss the forest for the trees. Here's the deal with the ski mask. He says it's perpetually on until the very end. He notices it off in the aftermath. But this is what Randolph says.
I was actually in the room, and he came in and kind of we bumped into each other, and he had the mask down, but like it wasn't on. He told it was black because it wasn't all the way down. It was like maybe to here or something. Like maybe it pushed it up.
Maybe to here. Maybe to here. He's not saying it's draped on his shoulder or it's sitting right here at the top. He's saying it's down at least here. He says, oh, I can recognize him because I can see the chin, but the mask is here. Think about the 2 headshots. One's coming down and the other one's going across. The mask should catch those shots, but they're not there.
I might have pushed this mask up because I'm taller when we came in here. But just
pushing it down, I mean, short.
Pardon me?
You'd be pushing it down, not up, right?
Well, I'd be pushing it kind of sideways. I wasn't like knocking it off or anything with my hands.
Probably hit him in the back of the head. Could you tell it was Mike yet?
I knew it was Mike because of his chin. Because I don't know if he had his mask on then. It seems like he still had his mask on then.
He had his mask on when you were back in
he had his mask on there for sure.
Well, when you're back here, and you square it off on, you still have his mask on?
Yeah.
Okay, and then when he went between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he's still got his mask on.
I think so. As I remember, the mask wasn't all the way down. It was like rolled up one roll to about right here. As I remember it.
And that's the point, folks. That mask is on during this firefight. Using his words. He notices it afterwards. To be fair to him, he says, after it was over, I did kind of notice it lying next to him. But he never described in any of these interviews like the process of removing it. The state would submit to you that what happens is this. Miller wears the mask so he doesn't have to be face-to-face with Sharon. Using your common sense, and that's an instruction. You don't have to leave it at the door. there's something called guilt, right? There's probably, and think about, here's something, you can give it whatever weight you want. But remember Michael Byer? He said at Easter time, which is a couple days before this all goes down, he said it looked like Miller was thinking about something or concerned or something was right. He's literally, think about that. Miller's literally sitting, breaking bread with this woman that he's about to execute. Think about that for a second. Could that be a reason why you wear the mask? And then think about this, right? Then once the job is done, it's like, great, I can pop that off. I got my baseball cap that I actually always wear. I got my change of clothes because this isn't really a burglary. I'm just lying in wait for this woman. So he takes the mask off and then he double crosses it. And that's why it drops by the side of his body. That's why there's no holes in the mask because he's not wearing it when he shoots him. They're probably just chit-chatting. So the real question on all the mask up is, where are the bullet holes in the blood on the mask? And if the answer is they ain't there, that means his story ain't true. Facts can be inconvenient sometimes, and they are stubborn. And there's no getting around this. That is a problem for the defendant. And there are even more problems. Here's one. Defendant's story about 911 locating the gun near Miller versus the actual 911 call regarding locating the gun near Miller. Let's take a listen. Here's how he describes it. Him talking to 911 when he finds the gun near Miller.
And I'm talking to the guy, and I said, I don't see the gun. I says, there's some bags of stuff here. I says, there's my bag. I says, I'm in the bags, and he's got one of my bags, and it's the bag that is in there on the living room table. That, I think it's a Walmart bag. And he says, well, find the gun. It has to be in there.
Find the gun. It has to be in there. There's my bag. Remember, a lot of back and forth going on. He continues.
And I went over here looking to see if I could see the gun, and about that time the timer went off on the garage door, and it just went black in here, and it just scared the living hell out of me. So I got back about right here and just kind of stepped real big because I knew he was over there, and turned the door back on, turned back around, told him I couldn't find it. He told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him and kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see if he was laying this way. It would have been this hand. It would have been this hand. Because he was laying something like this, but on his head. And when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the, I think by the wood part on it, and brought it in here, told the guy I got the gun. He said, throw it, put it somewhere in another room where it's safe, and lock the door. So I locked the door, except this is a lot faster.
Right. What a story. I look down. Here's my bags. It's in the bag. It should be there. You got to keep looking. I don't know. I'm going to step over. Oh, the light's still on the phone. Can't seem to find it. I got to step back over him. Oh, 911. You should nudge him over, but carefully. Okay, I'll do it. And then, I dig down and there I found it, right? That's the story he chose to tell. Wait for it. Let's actually listen to 911.
I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun. Put her flat on your back. I'm gonna walk through the light, so you can't get in. Okay. Sir, I'm gonna do this quickly. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere.
Does one sound a little different than the other? Absolutely. They're not even close. That's not even close. There's no back and forth. There's no encouragement from 911. None of that. It didn't happen. Which brings me back to what Ms. Weckerly said, the unreliable narrator. Because literally, his whole, it's a house of cards. And it's literally collapsing. Every time you start to fact check him, it's a problem. It's a problem for him. That didn't happen. What he said happened in the walkthrough is a fantasy. It did not happen. And I would submit to you, I don't think this distinction is what their defense expert would suggest as being like a slight deviation. That's huge. But it sounds good, right? It sounds traumatic. It paints him as the hero. You've got to find that gun, sir. You can do it. And I found it. Yay. That's the whole deal. But there was something else.
Sir, you are not a stand-up comedian or a YouTube commentator. I want you to pack your little petty sarcasm in. You are actually on you were going to be on a death penalty case. I mean, this is, a man's life. I mean, all 5 years left of it. I mean, let's be very honest. I don't know that Thomas has, like, years of his life left, but come the heck on. Let's be a little bit less of a giant jackass. I mean, I don't I mean, but sir,
He said in there, which I don't know
you
if
are
you guys
being a
know
little
this.
bit
He said something
extra.
about the gun.
Whole lot extra.
What he said was,
Sassy
I'm going to
pants,
get my
sir.
gun.
I know, right?
You may not have noticed it.
Ugh.
We're going to play it again.
He's
Now, what you
Oh
need
God,
to
don't play it
understand is
again. For
timing.
the love of
Context is key. At this point
for
in
the
the
love
phone
of
call,
Mike.
he calls and says, my wife's been shot. They transfer FD to do medical.
Think of it if he didn't
and
talk
then
to the
he
cop,
offers a
how much
suggestion of instead of me
they
doing
would have on.
CPR, maybe I should go find this guy's
Well,
gun.
that's what
Right?
I mean,
He doesn't know at this point.
think of how much he is being saved right now because they didn't allow certain things in. Because if they had allowed some of the things from the other trial, I mean, he would have been all the guilties, all the way. I mean, the fact that they had to do that special instruction after the old women that are like, look, old ladies can't be believed. These these chicks had an axe to grind.
Old ladies can't be believed.
Well, I mean, what all did they actually say other than like he's a kind of weirdo
He
and
didn't listen to me when I talked to him. He's an a-hole.
I mean, the most damning information again was that the man was getting a perm.
Yeah, or he turned a boat too fast and she fell. And
Yeah, that is
Pedro was
questionable. I'm like,
dead set that he was trying to. Don't you ever eat or drink anything he gives you.
well, also, the Mexico marriage, like
Oh God.
again, so your friend is dating a douche. Do you A, tell her to get away from him, or B, tell her, hey, go to Canada and get a fakey marriage?
Yeah.
Like, I don't trust your judgment, ma'am. I feel like there's something very wrong with that whole idea. But, far be it from me to, you know, distrust your judgment, ma'am, when your ends are so dead and your frosted hair looks very bad. You need to tone that crap. That's a whole lot of yellow in there for someone who works at a salon. I'm just saying. Not saying, but I'm saying. Why do I have my daughter's, I'm not going to ask, got her permit and stuff?
Point what gun it is because he hasn't located it yet, right? He hasn't located it. But listen to what he says before the search starts for the gun near Miller.
I'm gonna put this thing down as my gun.
Whoa, my gun? My gun?
Really?
Again, you are
He's in a really traumatic situation right now. He
That yeah,
slipped
that's
up.
the other thing. That's the other thing that I think you would have to be a very callow person to not give that some weight too.
Mhm.
And I doubt that a person is on the jury that's gonna say, "You know what? Why did he do that? That's you know what? Why did he not open that door and, wipe his feet in dust before them people came in?"
Mhm.
It it just it's like Bronca says, "You're never gonna do the right thing for the prosecutor, so."
No.
How did he do that? How did he know?
He don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah, okay.
I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that he knew it was his gun because he already knew the plan. It's a slip. It's a slip. And that's why it's hard to try to plan the perfect murder, because you never know. Just like not knowing that Bartlett would be outside, kind of listening for his shots. But it's like the slip about the keys in the safe that Miss Weckerly brought up.
God.
Remember, he takes the report and he's like, "Oh, he's got my house." How would you know that? The report's not telling you that. But you magically knew that? You knew it because you gave him the keys. Take these safe keys. I know where that gun is. And that's the slip. The shopping bags. The defense, in their opening, made a huge point of emphasis about the shopping bags. And the state totally
Not
agrees.
Ephesus.
It's really, really important.
Not the shopping
But
bags.
not for the reason that they think. Right?
They're in
They
Samaria.
take a look at these bags and go, "Oh, that's how you know he's a murderer. He wanted the jewelry." Right? Look at those two big bags filled with stuff, jewelry falling out of. There's literally jewelry on the toolbox, right? Her watch is there. It's a lot of jewelry. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at scenes and pictures of this house, how did it look? Did it look tidy or did it look a mess? The state would submit to you that is a really clean house, far cleaner than mine. I mean, it's almost yeah, like there are things stored away, but everything's kind of put away. But what we have here is a bunch of clothing that don't belong to Sharon and Tom, and all of her jewelry sitting out right by the doorway. So here's the thing. Look, there's more jewelry. Here's the deal. If those bags are right at the doorway into the house, and they're filled and overflowing with Sharon's jewelry, why doesn't Sharon say anything about it when she walks in? Right? She walks in the door, she goes, "Hey, what's all my jewelry doing here? Why didn't that happen?" And here's the other thing. Why doesn't the defendant say he notices those bags too when he walks in for the very first time? The state will.
Because most people aren't situationally aware. Let's be honest, you are tired. They were both going to get some smexy time. You are not paying attention to what's by your door. They were thinking they had their, what is it, steak and lobster. They were having steak and lobster and they were holding hands and they stopped by, was it Lucky or Friendly's? I think it was Friendly's. And they were going home and they were going to put on some Marvin Gaye and step into that room of horrors and look at themselves in the mirror with reality and gravity and um just just a married time it up
Submit to you.
per Thomas.
Oh, one other thing to remember. Remember the walkthrough. The defendant says Miller has nothing in his hands in the hallway.
It truly is the cruel and unusual punishment we are all forced to deal with that I think we should all be able to sue for. We should all be able to be a little bit, relieved and and Jamie had a surprise work thing to come on. Again, We must get to, like, 20 bajillion people so that Jamie has a legitimate reason to tell work to F off. We just need FU money. Well, FU subscribers. And the longer this, writer's strike goes, I'm just saying, Hollywood, you need us.
In his hands?
But yeah, it really is the crime for us.
No, he was not.
So, those bags, if you believe his story, they have to be there before. So the burglar, decided that he's gonna leave them in the closed
The word is robbler, sir.
garage, even though he came through the back door. He's gonna put them in the garage for some reason, and leave them there. And then Sharon's not gonna notice it, and he's not gonna notice it. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. The state would submit to you if either one of them innocently walked in and noticed a pile of their belongings and jewelry spilled out in front of the door, they would have been like, yo, what is that? I'm not going in.
Sharon and both of them were like, "Yo, what is that?" Also, sir, can we notice this? How is your hair this short and yet you still have a cowlick?
Going into the house, maybe something's afoot. But that didn't happen. But the state would submit to you, those
Are they
bags
Sherlock freaking
were not
Holmes?
there when Sharon walked in. The state would submit to you, they were never in the garage when Sharon got home. But the state, and here's the thing, that we would argue that the defendant states the shopping bags. That's what they said in their closing. We disagree. That is not our theory. Here's the state's theory on this. Miller's carrying those bags into the garage after he killed Sharon, and he's walking into the garage with the defendant. And then he double crosses him. That's what we submit to you. The bags appear
Okay,
to be
so we've got
spilled
skinnier
out
Tony Soprano.
because
in
he's
back.
caught unawares. Just like the hat's on the ground, just like the shopping bag's on the ground, just like one of the shoes has fallen out because he's making off with the stuff. Take the jewelry, we'll stage it like a burglary, we'll say somebody came in, he's like, cool, 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 and they're just walking out to the garage because that wouldn't be the normal exit point. And then he double crosses them. That's how the bags get there. Here's something. The defendant changes where each revolver is located, depending on whatever interview you're listening to. So, he creates two different locations for the gun near Miller. The first interview, he says it's up in his pants, and in the walkthrough, it's actually up by his left hand.
I went through the bag, looking for the gun. So I didn't see the gun. As it turned out, he was, I guess it was up in his pants or underneath him anyway. He'd fallen on it. And he told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see if he was laying this way. It would have been this hand. It would have been this hand because he was laying.
I believe we're in year 41 of our exodus in the desert, eating manna and unleavened bread of his rebuttal. Yes. And we're still waiting. I think they are going live in 51 minutes. It was 63 minutes the last time I checked, but it felt like I'd checked 15 minutes ago, which shows you how my attention span really works. Ha 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 ha.
He was laying something like this, but on his head. And when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the,
Oh no, not the grunting.
I think by the wood part on it.
Those are two different locations.
Again, high as balls, man. Makes shit up. We have all earned a badge. Yes.
It couldn't be more different.
Oh my
He
gosh,
also creates
yes.
2 different locations of where he
Let's see what
discovered the 38 that killed Sharon that night. Here's what he says in his first interview.
Check on Sharon. So you go up and you check on Sharon. I tried to roll her over. I tried to talk to her. I bent down, and that's when there was the gun was there because I bent down on it. It was
I am
laying somewhere out
perusing
beside
Law and
me.
Crime right now to
And
see
no Sharon. No Sharon. Yeah, it was actually
what the
pretty close
general
to it because my
pulse
knee was
is.
on it. That's
He says that he bends down on his knees and he's close to Sharon and he feels the gun next to his knee. That's what he says in that interview. Watch what he says in the walkthrough. Oh, well, there's a continuation of this.
Okay, and then in the music room, there's another revolver.
That's the one that was right by Sharon. And when I went down on my knees, I could feel it. And that's the one I picked up. And I got a little 22 mag, and when you put it on safety, you turn the cylinder.
So now listen, just 1 week later, listen to what he says here. Now remember, this is the area where Sharon's body is, right? Her head's kind of near that doorway, and that's the general area that she is. Listen to how he describes now discovering the gun.
And I remember the box was under here and it was slick. I tried to push the box like that back, trying to get the leverage. And there was the other gun, another gun laying right here. And I picked it up, and I don't know why for sure that I was gonna check it to see if it was loaded. And I don't know why, because I know guns better than this. I don't know revolvers that much, but I pushed the revolver, the button of the cylinder drops open, and I'm thinking more like a safety button or something. But anyway, I just pushed it, and I could see that the cylinder was starting to come open. So I just closed it back and just threw it back, just dropped it right there, and started doing the chest compulsions, compressions.
Those are 2 different locations. Again, it's not consistent. And it's strange. But he mentioned something earlier in that video. It's kind of a nice segue. He talks about moving a box. He says, I'm moving a box. And when you look at the video, you can go back and check it. He's moving a box, which is really near that bloody area to the left of Sharon. He says, I'm sliding. He says, it's slick, right? And he says, I moved that box into the
Interesting.
drum room.
Yeah,
If
well,
you
you
go back
know,
and watch it, he slides
all the
a bloody
moanings
box
just for you guys. I like to
into the
keep
drum
it
room.
smexy up in here, but PG
Well, folks,
smexy.
that's the
Disney,
state
well,
of what
okay,
the
no,
blood
not
looked like in the
Disney.
drum room. You will notice
Ooh.
there is no transfer there.
The
Where's the
CW,
box?
kind of sexy.
There is no box. There's a gun, but there's a box of food, but it's on the opposite side.
Is it my turn
If
for
you notice,
custody?
It's not covered in blood. There's not transfer there
Oh,
either.
okay.
And I believe
These facts are totally wrong.
but I have to leave in 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
The fire extinguisher. There's a lot to do about the fire extinguisher. So, why is this significant? Listen, it's the defendant that brings the fire extinguisher into the equation.
Pride, Dad
He
thinks
states
that I
that's
should
the
have to
reason
get
why
out
it
of the
happened to him 2 times
house.
in the head. It's for that reason.
Aw,
I don't
him
know why the defendant says that. Maybe he thought 2
Him
more
is
headshots,
confused
guy in the
as to
ground
how
was
this
successful.
marriage
I don't
works.
know. But the problem is when you start to fact check, that's where problems happen for the fire extinguisher. This is a super tidy house, so they've been leaving? I mean, presumably, there was no indication this fire extinguisher had just fallen off the wall bracket, but there is a fire extinguisher bracket there. There is a screw kind of hanging out. You have witnesses, you can evaluate their credibility, see if they're making that up or not. You had 2 witnesses talking about it, but they're documenting it. The state would submit to you, I don't believe the Randolphs, if they really
I know
were
this
loose
is
things on that garage floor, or they're just going to leave it there. If truly that thing fell off months and weeks ago, they probably would have just thrown it in the trash. The state would submit to you, that's not what happened. I guess maybe Mr. Randolph thought the 2 headshots is just too much. So now I have to come up with something to scare me to make me do it. So he comes up with the fire extinguisher. The problem is it's affixed to the wall. So he pulls it off the wall. And when you look at the gap, if that thing is really hanging on the wall.
Sorry, I was guilt tripping Mr. Mo. Not really. I was saying I was emotionally distraught that my dad couldn't come because, he caught the non, asymptomatic-ish coof. So I'm making him go get the boys. Um, so I don't have to leave the house basically. And Fry, like all men, has found the cleavage pillow. And Deary, we are still waiting. The court TV feed has changed to 45 minutes until they go live. It seems like they were instructed to go straight to deliberation room. I have been perusing the Law and Crime live chat, and it is somewhat comforting, weirdly, to see that they stay on topic about like us. So, not at all, not at all. But they all believe that, yes, yeah, yeah, definitely, sure, sure we are. We were just going through the defense's closing and then discount Paul Giamatti's super smugly uh, rebuttal because I hate myself today, I guess. But and also covering for Baker since I believe he is flying. And then he also decided to make me super jealous and went to the Lego store because, of course, he did. Then, of course, Mr. Mo again had to have a talk with me about what's a need and what's a want, that kind of thing. Because I was like, Baker got to go to the Lego store. And he's like, do you need Legos or do you want Legos? And I was like, well, can it be a both thing? Apparently, until I, have FU subscribers like, Ricada, I can't have both those things be a thing. Daggone it. But we are in the case where this smug man is making me irritated. However, back to my point, Law and Crime believes he's super guilty and that the Supreme Court was super duper mean. I know, I know. The problem is that, instead of starting small, I have set my sights way high with the $600, Rivendell giant, huge, mungus uh, model that while it looks super cool, I'm sure I would get super duper frustrated uh, trying to do it all in one piece. And I have children and they're still alive and they still live in my house. So I'd need to wait until I got an office and I have a new baby. And I can only imagine the sanctity of said almost $1,000 Legos, set would never ever. Probably, I'll need to wait until Mr. Mo gets my actual office and it has a safe a safe haven because I know you're gonna be shocked, but the feral one would be super duper excited if I got a giant Lego set. Yeah, yeah. Do you know do you know the wrath of Samuel L. Jackson mom if I got said set and some smallish, feralish child lost, like, one single piece that I need at the end? Yes. So, we will do a Lego stream at some point when I have an office where they can be safely found, and, I'm all types of type A, so they'll have their own separate, Tupperwares and all sorts of things, and yeah. But, yes, Mr. Smugly is just talking and babbling, and we are waiting. Law and Crime thinks he's all the guilty, that the Supreme Court should have let everything from the first death penalty case in, and that if this particular jury finds him not guilty, that they will be acting in ignorance, um, because they don't know that he possibly semi-murdered other wives. But this it is somewhat comforting to realize that at least even Law and Crime somewhat admit that this prosecution did not prove in this particular trial that he did these things wrong. I mean, it's very, very clear that I mean, half the things that he's saying here, they're making this stuff I mean, they're implying this stuff, but I don't know how they got this. Well, they were chatting out here in the drive or in the garage, and that's where he double crossed them. How do you get that? Also, if there were 4 bags in my garage with diamond rings in them, and they were in my garage, and Mr. Mo had to walk by them, Mr. Mo would not pay attention. Mr. Mo would not notice one bit. Oh, I'm sure that Jungman I will be looking into everything that can be written off. I'm sure they are, but Mr. Mo is correct. It I she had to do it was a surprise ninja work meeting. These people were being super rude and didn't realize it was verdict watch, and I have to listen to Smugly Man, who has a weird cowlick with his short, weird hair. Oh, now you decide you're gonna have a teething issue, sir? Right. You are being now you're awakes, sir. No, you cannot have cashews. He says, "Well, I am a star. I wants what I wants. You're gonna go in your little playpen if you would like to play, or are you going to nap again?" Well, he gets about 5 seconds, and then we're exhausted. I don't know, we can always try it, Sal. What the worst thing our accountants can say is, "Hello, Sea Swept. Yes, this is our new puppy. My I could have named him Vodka, that would be hilarious. No yeah, seriously, I know. Besides, with all the new, you know, FBI agents that they just hired and gave, you know, force well, enhancement to, you know, all the Second Amendment enhancement to. Did you hear about that in Texas? I know this is way off tangent, and I know you're gonna be super shocked. Me off Sir, if you would like to gnaw on something, look what we have. But did you have to or did you see that, in Texas, they were training, w oh gosh, IRS, field agents, or I don't know, maybe some kind of agents to carry weapons, and there was a training incident that ended up with one of the agents unalive. Now, listen, nobody really likes IRS. He's not, he's just puppy teeth. Yeah, I'm suddenly remembering how tired you are with a newborn. And I'm also secretly so I love my father, don't get me wrong, y'all. I love that he was coming to visit and I was gonna have a cookout, but I'm also kinda sorta glad that we don't have to do that panic people coming over clean and my giant cooking for everyone cooking. So I'm not too sad about having to stop that, but let's get back on topic and listen to Mr. Smugly. I'm
The
sure he's gonna
wall,
have
you
a
would
point.
seriously have to tilt that fridge all the way over just to reach it, and then all that other stuff is coming down. The fan, the crock pot, all that stuff. Go
Not the
look,
crock pot.
it's just a common sense. You look at it, and that's why it doesn't add up. And then you've got look, Dean Detective O'Kelly kind of does the banging thing. Sure, is it an inexact thing? Yeah, give it how much weight you want. But the purpose of he brings it in, and the state would submit. He brought it in to, I guess, sort of justify doming him twice in the head. It just doesn't add up when you actually kind of look at the surrounding evidence. And it goes more to his credibility than anything. Did the defendant actually call 911 3 times? No. Here's what he
Came
says.
back over and I didn't have my phone. And it keeps falling off of me. Come back through here and just kind of, just didn't know what to do and just kind of looking around. And I dialed 911 and the phone didn't work. And I remember saying, fuck, what a time for Vonage to go out.
Oh,
So
language,
the first explanation
sir.
is it's Vonage's fault, right? But he actually changed it just a couple sentences later.
Came back out. Come through here. I tried actually about right here. I'll take it back about right here. I tried 911 again and it was busy. When I called 911, it was busy. So I said, good, it's not Vonage. And I got back over here where I could kind of see everything. I called 911 again, and that's when whoever said 911 and said, slow down, you're breathing too hard, slow down, whatever. And what's the emergency? And
So in his first breath, he's blaming Vonage for it. In his second breath, he's actually blaming 911 dispatch. That's the reason why you're hearing from people affiliated with 911. To explain to you, there was no mass event that would have caused a busy signal. But one of the things that we did collect, and it's in evidence, and people did testify to it, but you didn't quite see it, but it's on the CD, is we actually have the Vonage records. And look, there it is. He dialed 911 once. It's 18 minutes long, which is consistent with that 18-minute 911 recording. It's in UTC time. You see it says 3:44 on the 9th. So if you go back 7 hours, it's going to get you, or maybe it's 8 hours, depending on the time of year. It's going to get you to 8:45, right? Even look at that, right? If it's it's 3:44, right? 8:44, right? So that's what's there. So do you see multiple busy signal calling, missed calls, nothing like that? And you'll see in those records, like sometimes some of those calls are a second long, right? So the bottom line is he didn't call 3 times. He didn't. He called once at 8:44:54. So, interesting thing. Defendant's also inconsistent on motives as to why Mike go there on that night. One example is this.
it wasn't like that you broke into your house. This was leaving the next day, and I would figure the Mexicans did it.
Okay, so he was going to do it to blame the Mexicans. But you could have broken into his house either the week before or week after and still blamed on the Mexicans, right? In theory, you could, right? What's so unique about that night that really makes someone go, ha, it's Mexicans that are doing it? Nothing. That makes no sense, right? And here's the thing, and Ms. Weckerly kind of nailed it. If you're trying to make it seem like a stranger did it, you forcibly break into the house.
I know. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, he does. This is like, but he cheated. He cheated and said her body was better. I mean, how dare ye? How dare ye? I can't. I cannot with this man. Oh, he just stole my words. Sorry. Oh.
To the house, you don't use the keys. If you're trying to blame it on a stranger, you don't use the keys. That means it's an inside job.
There's apparently
Ocean's 11 up in here.
Shoot you for $300-400 worth of cheap ass guns.
So now he twisted it, right? Now it's, Mike is the non-junkie. He will shoot your wife to steal cheap-ass guns. If that's the theory, why does Mike abandon the 38? Oh, I'm there for cheap-ass guns. I'll leave one behind right next to this lady. That makes no sense. That's not true. The reason why he's there is because the one thing that was going to be there that night that isn't there the week before and is not there the day after is Sharon. Because you get her out of the picture and $332,000 is coming in. And that's a lot better than cheap ass guns, and it's a lot better than that bag of jewelry. Miller went to the home on that night because Sharon was the target. He also admits in those interviews that Miller would have no motive to kill her. He says that in the interviews. In this case, the state would submit to you that Miller acted on behalf of his co-conspirator, the defendant. Here's another thing. Was the defendant withdrawing money that day or depositing money that day? Let's check the tape.
Did you go to jet ski dealer?
Yes, went to the jet skis, because that's what I told him. I'm taking some money out of the bank and just looking to buy jet skis.
Okay, so on May 9th, he's like, I've already taken money out and we are going to buy jet skis.
So back to Miller. Well, I mean, help us out here. Is there anything
I can't tell
at
you.
all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I did, I took 20 grand out of the bank. I had 20 grand transferred there in Utah.
Okay, so on these two statements, it's I have money already out of the bank, right? I've got the cash on me. But
No, I was going to go get 7 or 8 grand out of cash. And then Spike's been with me when I've been there, and I get the cash and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom. I get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's still with you then when you've had large amounts of cash.
I always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to be more all night, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
So you never made it to the bank.
didn't make it to the bank.
so he switches it in the very same interview. He says, well, actually, we're going here to withdraw 6,000 to 7,000, but we don't quite get to the bank. Which one is it?
Because we had reservations for 6:30. So I missed the bank, but I was going to get $7,000 or something out. And I brought the money down because I was going to buy a jet ski, I think. I was going to go run first and see if it hurt me too bad.
And this is where he lost MLS law. He was going to get a jet ski, and he's now guilty of all the crimes of humanity and will be punished as such. Triple death penalty.
So do the bank records reflect that? At least the ones you have before you? He's got $815 in his Washington Mutual account. He's got $2,297 in the joint account. Where was he going to withdraw $6,000 from? Where? Check the records. They ain't there. And then we know from the Experian records, he's already in the hole 84 grand. The
Well,
state would
I
submit
mean,
to you, they spend the day together to get the plan straight. They ain't buying jet skis. They're not doing bank withdrawals. They're getting ready for the big night. And here's a motive, ladies and gentlemen. Defendant's financial situation is dire. I think their own expert witness said that money is a clear motive to kill someone. Even he gets it. Here are the assets in his joint account. I made a little kind of chart here for you to kind of see. Take a look.
not a chart.
In May, that's that starting balance. At
Negative.
the beginning of that month, it's $1,000. It ends by the end of the month with over $2,000 in it, almost $2,300. But like, if you look at month after month, like they're not making a ton of money jointly. Look from October. It's like $1,100, $1,000, $1,400, $1,300, $1,100. They don't have a ton of money.
Mm.
Here's his Washington Mutual.
Well, I mean, maybe the jet skis would make him feel better. I don't. Why do people people don't make sense sometimes? Why do people buy trampolines? Why do I let my children play on trampolines? That's a whole nother question. I don't know. But that is a good question. None of this makes sense. look, I want this guy to be guilty, but the state has not the state has all of these things, all these disparate things, but they have not proven the conspiracy to commit murder. They just haven't. They haven't tied together Thomas and Michael for me, convincingly enough, beyond reasonable doubt. They haven't for me. Maybe they have for everyone else in the chat, for people on Law and Crime, and maybe they do for the jury, and that's fine. But for me, they have not.
It starts like gangbusters. There's like 117 deposited, but literally by the time in August of 07, but by the time you get to April of 08, that encompasses her debt. Like he's only got $800 in there. And then by the end of the month, he's down to $15. He does not have a lot of money. And here's the outstanding debt. And you can look at that by just counting it up in the Experian records. $84,800. So add to the fact that Sharon has a gambling problem, that's an additional motive to get rid of her. She is costing him too much. He did not sign up for this.
So Sharon, she owns a lot. She owns a lot.
A lot is, for me, a lot is $20.
I just $20 worth of blood, and that seems like a good deal when my nuts stuck up here. But $20.
What did she, I mean, what's a normal day at the casino for her?
Until, well, she maxed out all these new credit cards that she didn't have, that all of a sudden she has, and
With you on them?
I'm
Not
surprised.
trying else?
No, I learned that early on. One of the times I left her was over that.
It even says in there, he's left her before because of money issues. Look, and here's the thing. On this account, he's not wrong. I mean, she gambles more than arguably the average person. In the last month of her life, she put $23,000 into a slot.
Giblets.
That's a lot. It's a lot.
No, sir, a lot is like $100. A lot is like what I told Mr. Mo the puppy cost. That it was honestly what the puppy cost. It was honestly what the puppy cost. It was on Cash App, we can tell you because he can see it. But, I mean, arguably more than what the average person costs is I mean, Nevada's home to Las Vegas. I mean, is this like j eh is this normal-ish? Like, "Oh, well, it's arguably more than what the average person costs." Like, I just go through my 40K, IRA, in a day just because, sometimes things happen. Ish happens as you do. Like, penny slots are hilarious. I I fail to see.
She had $41,000 in her IRA, and the first year I didn't go do taxes with her. And this year I did, because we found out we had to file jointly. If we didn't file jointly married, we was really gonna get fucked. And if we filed jointly married, we just got fucked a little bit. And no, I don't like getting fucked at all. And I found out that she spent $19,000 out of her IRA this year and won $1,500. And last year she spent the other $21,000 and won $17,000, I believe is what they said.
And he's explaining, like, this is having tax consequences for him. And he's just discovering this. These are motives to not want to be with her anymore. And what I was saying, there's a portion of that interview where he gives her like another $5,000. Like he gave Lizzie $5,000 and then he felt bad about giving her. So he gives her, and then he's like, and then she burned through that too. Like if there's a point he complains about. So the bottom line is like Sharon is spending too much money we would submit according to the defendant. And here's the thing, other family members talk, like Sharon's not the best with money and Sharon does gamble. But at the end of the day, that is a motive for him to want to get out from under this, especially if at the other end of the rainbow is $332,000 in a house, right?
Well, I mean, now that you bring it up.
I still don't want to talk taxes with you guys. This year I found out because I was legally married to her that all of my social security count as did hers. So this year, instead of getting 4,000 back, I actually had to pay taxes. And it's locked up in Sharon's account, which I also gave her money because she said she was overdrawn and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if she put it in or not because I can't get access to it.
So he's not thrilled now. He's going to have to pay taxes this very year. He just discovered it. It's another factor. And then this.
I found out I got to pay her ex-husband's back taxes. He was dying of brain cancer about the same time my wife was having her heart problems. And he refinanced the house and took a bunch of money out of some account or something. And then he died and didn't pay taxes on it, and Sharon didn't take care of it. And
So now he's on the hook for an ex-husband that he has no connection to whatsoever. Could that be another reason why to do it? May not be the biggest one, but like it's starting to add up, right? Of course. And then you have another motive. Liz gave him the ultimatum around February of 2008. Pick one of us. And what did she say happened?
Yeah,
She said, I'll take care of it. And that
I'll
naturally then
allow
brings
it.
us to
It's
the
been a
pros
long
and
week for
cons
all of us.
murdering
And
her.
on that
Sharon?
note, I would like to really thank all of you in chat. You guys have been awesome. This week has been very hard, and you all have been super duper duper awesome. And I am going to be back to being normal, and I will be joining. No, I won't be joining Sal for Stab You Day or Sal You Day in the morning because I will be at cross country with my daughter who wants to run in this heat for some reason. But then I will be probably doing something for Saturday in the afternoon. But really, I do appreciate all of you in chat and in stream doing all of the things and being here and being my lovely odd family during this whole shenanigans because holy goodness. Thank you.
If Sharon is alive, there's no more Liz. He's 84 in debt. No real income to speak of because Philippe's nest egg is gone. And you heard testimony with family members about that it was there kind of at the beginning and then it's gone. You have a wife with a massive gambling problem. Joint filings are now causing him to pay taxes. Now they're finally legally married. And now he's responsible for paying another guy's back taxes? What's on the other end of the rainbow? If she kills her, well,
Now I want
Liz,
Sharon gone too,
332
dang it.
and K and life insurance,
I'm
a
joking.
home to inherit, no more gambling or spending issues. I mean, if it's math and not morals, makes sense. So what happens in February of 2008? The defendant even says, and you can check it, when he's talking in interview number 1 about interacting with Mr. Miller, he says, once I decide to use him, I call him. Not it's the meeting in the car, it's I call him. And when does that call start? Well, it happens in February of 2008. And the phones illustrate this conspiracy. It is not a normal handyman relationship. There's the call.
There was a
The
pro-cons
week of
list somewhere.
Valentine's Day. It's in yellow. You'll have all these records.
Well, that's the thing.
That's-
You hit it right on the head. MNHS 06. I could care less about the motive. I want to know where and what time the conspiracy to commit the murder was. If it's right here, I want to know when the plan was hatched. I want to know where the plan was hatched. I want to have some sort of concrete evidence that Thomas spoke to Michael. They had, I'm going to get this. I'll do this. You take this. Like, that's all I want. I don't really like Thomas. He kind of irritates the snot out of me. I think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's morally nice. But I don't agree with sending him to the clink for being a douche.
That's a 1,000-second phone call. I cannot do that math. That is close
He is a
to,
lawyer.
I want to say if 600 seconds is probably 10 minutes. You're getting close to maybe a 16 or 7 minute phone call to start. But then look at these records. I mean, you'll have all the numbers and stuff, but look, in March, he's talking to his handyman for 42 minutes. What? There's a
You mean
13-minute call in March?
two men can't talk to each other? Again, say they were gonna do the roof. Okay, well, are your joists okay? Have you checked the under we have a f we have a flat roof, so you have to have that plasticky crap on it, state of the art 1973 house. But they could be saying, "Okay, I'd like to look at the prices here, here, and here. Oh, have you tried this? I have a bad back. Do you happen to have this tool and this tool?" They might get talking about, the sports ball, and then, "Have you seen this?" Like, men don't talk to each other, sir. I know you don't have friends because you're insufferable, but and look, I don't like to talk on the phone unless I'm really like people and I'm in the mood, but people do talk for, 45 minutes sometimes.
We've got, I mean, look at the colors. I mean, like the people in his life
Not
are
the
basically
colors.
Miller, his wife, his voicemail, and Lizzie. That's it. This is now we're getting
Ouch.
into May.
You
This is
have no
essentially the
friends.
week of the murder. Look at the two people he's talking to the most. And this is the week of. So he's away with Sharon in Utah, and he is blowing up Miller. They are talking a ton. On the 5th, there is a 27-minute phone call on the 5th to your handyman while you're on vacation in Utah. Well, not on vacation, you're tending to family.
Could it possibly be that your wife wanted something painted? Didn't he say that, I quote, "Sharon was bitching," you know, that something wasn't gonna get done?
And then, I'm sorry, so you got that one on the 5th, and then you got on the 8th a 39-minute phone call. I made that's a mistake. It should say 5-8, not 3-8. Those are huge numbers. And essentially that's that kind of repeat of that call. But look how many times on 2 days before, those are two 11-minute phone calls. While he should be tending to his family, he's talking to his handyman.
What the crap is wrong with you, sir? You know what? Maybe seeing your father going into, feasibly, okay, at that time, he was, what, in his 50s, 60s? So his father was in his, what, 70s, 80s? Maybe seeing your father having a stroke and going to possibly end of life care and, finding out he owes and that he owes again, and, you know, all of these different stressors, maybe he's, taking time and just talking to a guy that like, do you know how many times I've had a stressful day and I end up just chatting maybe longer than I should to the cashier at Walmart, or random lady in Target, just so I can avoid doing whatever the heck I'm supposed to be doing that's stressing me out because I want to avoid it. Do you know how many people do that? I mean, when you become a prosecutor, do you just simply take human behavior, look at it shinily, and then go whoosh, and throw it into the trash can and then become confused when people do things?
This was never a normal relationship. This was a conspiracy. He groomed that guy, found a desperate
Oh,
person,
don't say
desperate
groom.
enough to do it. And Clifton was so concerned about that relationship, he warned him.
Well,
Mike
my
continued to
husband also
associate
talks
with
to
this guy, he'd
himself.
end up shot. And Clifton was dead on right.
When we first got together, I'd be like, "Who are you talking to?" And he'd say himself. So now I've gotten to the point where I just say, "Is this a conversation I'm required to join, or is it just between you and yourself?" And he just says, "No, I'm talking to myself." And I'm like, "Okay." Yeah, that's well, he's bringing up the motive because they don't have the conspiracy. That's the problem. They don't have I think and I'm not a lawyer, but they don't have the conspiracy part. So, they've basically gotten everyone to say, if Michael had shot the wife and Thomas had shot Michael in self-defense and defense of his wife, it would have been completely legally justified, and what the hell are we doing here? Then the state looks really ridiculous. Yeah, so I don't know. This is all really dumb. They are all the dumb. I don't know. He just wants to
Here's a
sit up here for,
question.
oh dear Lord,
There's this
it
whole thing
goes
about
on for
propping up the
so
door.
much
Why would
longer, you
someone prop
guys.
open the door at
Why?
the end of the night when you're off to go plan to have sex with your wife? Who at the end of the night leaves their garage door open? No one.
Exhibitionist.
No one. It's not a thing. You might do it during the day if you're coming in and out. You might do it if you want to keep eyes on the person. But this doesn't
Listen,
make
if you
sense.
forget stuff because you are gonna have smexy time, I guarantee you
And
would
then-
forget it.
And then you see, one of the things we mentioned at the beginning was pay attention in opening. I said, pay attention to kind of how he evolves and how he talks to the police. It really changes. And as the investigation drags on, in his opinion, and it's not getting wrapped up, by June 3rd, he's pretty confrontational and or nasty to the police. And that should give you a
Yeah.
window into kind of what he's thinking. He is not happy that they haven't just gone away. So he can just do his
Or conversely, because, two things can be true at once, or he's pissed off that you guys have zeroed in on him being the guilty guy when it's clearly evident that this dude robbed his house and killed his wife. And the evidence shows robbed his house, killed his wife, and you've decided that only guy alive, definitely conspiracy theory. Like, in the one time y'all see clear evidence of possible home invasion and, interruptus, and you meet up with old biddies and daughter that doesn't like him, and you go full Alex Jones, turning the frogs gay conspiracy. How does this happen?
can just do his
Asking for a
insurance,
friend.
and they're just pesky. They're floating there, and he's kind of had enough, and he starts taking shots.
I never had figured out what the fuck you guys was doing that night. You left the clip in my pocket from the gun. You left the clip in my pocket in my briefcase. I had like 2 or 3 grand, I think, in my.
We gave you the money back.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And as a person who has gotten tired of being jerked around by, the government after a bit, like, you get a little damn tired. You get a little bit nasty. You get a little sarcastic. I'm so very, very sorry that we have hurt your feelings, madam, LuLaRoe Mafia. But we are a whole lot very big tired of being jerked around. And then when you get a little attitude back, it's like, oh, the gasping and the pearl clutching and the boob coverage, just like like the decorum. What must the rudeness, the absolute. Does he not know Emily Post? People, he has a body wave in 2005. No, he does not. The answer to that.
We take your money.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was gonna steal my money, but, I didn't expect Ashley to come out after talking to 911 and have all these fuckers pointing guns at me and handcuff me. And then when I say I'm disabled and, this is really starting to hurt me, one of the pricks, and I don't know which one it was a plain clothes one. I kept saying, what the fuck is taking so long? There's only one, the door's open, I just was in there for 10 minutes. Here's the keys, there's a fucking door pad there. What is taking so fucking long? Because I seen the cops going with the shotguns and the pads, and I thought,
This man's use of the F word is about akin to mine.
That's what all the news says. It's just, play your stereos around and they'll shoot you.
I mean, allegedly,
You're crazy, you guys couldn't try.
but no more.
nights, you know? And I told Mom, I said, this is ridiculous, you know, if she's not dead, she's gonna be dead by the time you guys get it. And I realize now, I guess it was in there already and said it was dead. Okay, well, see, I didn't know that. They kept telling me, well, we can't get in, we can't get in. They kept coming up asking me where the pad was, what the keypad number was, and I kept telling them it's really funky. You gotta push this first and that first.
Since they had to clear the garage.
Okay, well, like I said, I didn't know, and I, fuck, I told them, I said, fuck, man, I'll drag her to the goddamn door so you guys can trigger, you know, just, and I asked one of them, I kept, are we sending testicles, and he says, lean against the car, and I moved, and one of them, set me down on the ground by the collar, says, you move from there, you're gonna know what pain really is like, and I know, you cocksucker, you don't have a clue what fucking pain's like, you know, but, yeah.
So, back to Miller. What, I mean, how was after, is there anything
I can't tell you.
involved that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night? I took 20 grand out of the thing, I had 20 grand transferred in some stuff. I like you. You I don't like, by the way. I don't know why, I just don't like you.
And we
You know
also
I
heard
do like it.
testimony that, on subsequent day, he again expressed his displeasure to the
He's
lead
like, you know what,
detective.
sir? You I don't like. You know what? That's some honesty right there. He's like, you know what?
Actually, I hate asking you for how you felt since I just told you I didn't like you.
And so listen, this is, look, he's a colorful
It's not
guy,
his
right?
fault. He
But
just
is that the
hates
tone he
you.
was using on night one? The answer is no. So why the change? The state would submit the change in his attitude, his aggression, the insults, the jabs, is because Metro
Oh Lord.
won't stop speaking.
Jeez.
He
No, I
wants them
thought,
off his
let
tail.
me look at Law and Crime because they were saying that they went in
It's not
early.
that I'm stressed, but I think I'll take my back.
Well, Law and Crime is going 85% guilty. I know you're shocked.
What do you think? To kill for. Have you seen that with Nicole Kidman?
You know, another shot at O'Kelly. Here's the thing. The defendant also gave 3 interviews, and you have them all, right? Including that walkthrough, right? So that's the 3. Take a good look. The evidence will show he didn't shed a single tear. He doesn't take a single moment to compose himself. At any point in time, recounting literally losing the best thing that ever happened to him. Does he appear, here's a question for you. Does the defendant appear to be a man that is in mourning over his beloved wife? No. Instead, you get things like this.
So if she goes into the house, all right, she walks in through the garage into that hallway, what would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you weren't back in the house yet.
It was my understanding she was able to watch her pussy when it was going to sex. But that was the plan.
Do what?
I understand colorful
sir?
language, but again, these are 2 strangers.
Well, Mr. Mo, I would, just in case, like, even if it were the case that that was what I was going to be doing, possibly don't. I love it. Okay, 1 second. I've got to look something up for Mr. Mo. Apparently, there's a fetch kid app that we're supposed to use to fetch children. I don't know. They should never leave me in charge of anything. I don't know why you need 700 damn apps. Not like anyone wants to steal my. I mean, I'm sure people want to. Lord Jesus. Again, it is a small, like, there are only 500 kids at this school, and mine are 2 of them. and we already have one app for this school. Why we need another damned app for this school? And we've got 3 apps for the other school system. And
They
I sent
love
Mr. Mo so I wouldn't even have to get out of the chair. And now he's like, there's a fetch app school system. For the love of all that is holy.
a fetch app.
Like, I'm like, just send me out 2 blonde kids and we'll sort it out later. But
You have to say like parked out front.
I don't know. I think it links. I mean, I understand it, Lord. I do. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's, I get it. We don't want a bunch of kids going home with creepy guys that just wait out in vans in front of schools,
With puppies. Yeah.
like this, allegedly, like the prosecutor here.
Yep.
Because if I saw him in a van, allegedly in Minecraft and in Fortnite, if I saw this man in front of a school with a van, I'm just saying, I'd be calling some cops. So they only started deliberating like 30 minutes ago
Yeah.
for cereals. Oh my God, we're never getting out of here. Yeah, so apparently Mr. Mo is now not happy with me because I didn't realize that I was supposed to be downloading
They're doing this
another app.
investigation, and that's your first choice over a woman that's literally been gone now for 4 weeks. That's how you describe that. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that's how he chose to say it, over his beloved wife.
Of his
And
beloved.
there's
I
this.
just had to jerk. There wasn't, it wasn't like a gentle, loving thing by any means. It was like, and about the third time I jerked enough that she got up, kind of straight up, and I could just kind of push her over. And she came
Damn
over.
it, why
and
does
was
it
the
always.
grossest thing I had ever seen in my life. And my wife that died of a heart defect was pretty gross, but
I did.
just
I made it just in
really
time.
thick, blobby stuff coming out of the mouth.
Oh,
Yeah, rewind that.
Salbert, come on.
Time.
Oh, no, it just all the times. And with the P word cleaning, all the stuff. Mr. Mo, if I die, just omit that part.
And about the third time it jerked enough that she got up kind of straight up, and I could just kind of push her over. And she came over, and it was the grossest thing I had ever seen in my life. And my wife that died of a heart defect was pretty gross, but just really thick, blobby stuff coming out of the mouth.
You get to
Well,
weigh
I'm glad
this.
I'm not hungry
You
now.
get to weigh it and evaluate
Yeah.
it. Like, is this guy really? This is a week later. A week later.
So, yeah,
I understand that you have to do a walkthrough, but
I hate
that's
that they're
how he
Well,
like bringing that up.
what
Like,
do you.
how's he supposed
Well,
to act? Look at him. He's just speaking about her.
high. He is so high.
Yeah.
Like, he is high off his balls and tits. Let's be very honest. Those eyes are so dilated. I mean, just, I'm surprised he could get up and down without the room spinning and, asking for, a wider shade of pale, to be honest, being played in the background. Let's listen to the 98-pound wonder. I can't. How much longer does this man babble for? Oh Lord, it's never end. Oh my God, it seems like forever, but it's only a few more minutes. But still, oh my God.
That's how he chooses. Those are his word choices. That's the emotion that he is reflecting.
Look,
And
man was also
let's be
like
fair. If you look at
240.
all of his interviews,
I'm
like
not
showing you the
saying
last one, like
I'm not saying insensitively, but if she was lifeless, I mean, it's going to be a dead lift.
Oh yeah.
Truly a dead lift. So if he's trying to illustrate it and he's high and ridiculous anyway, I mean, the man's freaking parody. I don't think the defense did a good enough job of saying this man is an unreliable narrator. The defense should have almost attacked their own defendant and said, you know, "Look, he is a jackass, he is a jerk," much more than they did. Like, "He is a jackass, he is a jerk." The state is gonna come up and use the walkthrough and say, "Look at this, look at this, look at this." But clearly, he was high as balls. Of course, I would have said it like that, and this is why I'm not a
I
lawyer.
would love for him to say that. He was high as balls.
I mean, look at the man, he was obviously on some Percocets
Yeah,
and
I
possibly a fentanyl patch. Like, he was feeling all the nothings, okay? And he was pretending to be Chuck Norris.
And just
So
like MNHS says, like I've said that before, like we don't know what the baseline is for this guy. We don't know how he acts on a daily basis, how he reacts to things, how emotional he is. You don't know, like they want to just hammer in that like, oh, a week later his beloved wife, look at how he's just talking so blasé about her, blasé about her, and it's like,
I
yeah, but I've done that with people. I'm sure everyone
yeah,
has.
and if you hear Mr. Mo and I talk about or talk to each other, I mean, you would think we dislike each other greatly sometimes, like, go to heck, or I mean, we don't say heck, but I'm trying to be better-ish,
I know, right?
or, go screw yourself, and I'm like, "Well, give me 5 minutes and some quiet time, and I'll be back." You know,
Take care of it.
"I'll take care of it. Thanks for giving me the, quiet time." It so, yeah, that, and he's getting tired of the cops interviewing him and not, going with the obvious answer, which is this man tried to rob him and murdered his wife.
Mhm.
I can understand where he would be frustrated. I'm not saying he's not a jerk, but at this point,
He's not shy with sharing emotion from time to time, right? He can be an animated guy.
I don't mean to interrupt, but he was up first.
the word he wanted to use was
Okay,
asshole.
I apologize. I apologize. If I said that, I apologize.
I just had to, and I'll tell you what else too. Ugh, it drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now. But she will leave 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. I don't know how many times I've hurt my back.
Here it is.
In the middle of the night trying to be quiet.
There it is. That's the
Trying to
real
sleep at
that was the
nights.
real motive.
And all of a sudden it's, motherfuck, Sharon Jesus.
Erase all that money shit. Erase it all. That is the real reason,
Oh
y'all.
my
That is
God.
the real
They
reason.
just wanted to play it to make him look bad. Like, look, if she's dead and he's saying that about her. Well, I'm sure you've said things about
Again,
people too. You're like,
the things that'll pop up in your head as you're trying to do this because your mind is trying to protect yourself.
yeah.
Like, for me, I don't know about you guys or chat, but, like, when we're going through these really tough things, like, especially the Gannon case, like, we would
Mhm.
have to kinda stop and tell some jokes or do something or look at puppies,
Yeah.
like, because that was especially when they all of a sudden showed the suitcase photo, and you're like, "The hell? No."
Hmm.
I was like, "That's kind of why we do, stab you days," because, I mean, some of these cases, y'all.
Yeah. And you need like an outlet to just.
This, and she'll have 6 or 7 pair of
Well, and to be honest, I mean, we do leave out I'm trying to be better, but well, actually, Mr. Mo's the one that leaves those out. I'm the one that tends to put things away but never remember where I put
shoes out. Just, it's like she booby traps the place.
She booby
And
traps.
that's what I thought. Maybe she had tripped over her
'em.
own
She's the
shoes.
Predator, or no, she's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And again, these are small little things, but the state would submit it. It's a window
They are
into the
smaller
level of remorse
things.
that he's having for this woman. This is like 7 days later.
It's not that I don't trust, but I think I'll take my back with me.
What does it matter if it's 7 days later? Who cares?
And then
Well, and he
this
does
is in
walk
this
like he has a bad
interview.
back or has something that
This is
hurts
another
him.
thing that
Yeah.
happens in this interview.
I pissed him off, didn't I? Well, that's good. 'Cause I
Well, you did tell him you didn't like him. I don't think you're gonna be best
I
friends.
figured his wife was cute. This Jesus Christ, I love her. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. The blonde from Australia. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Nicole Kidman. She's got on that little dress with the guy that played Johnny Cash later. Singing and sharing emotions. Oh. And she's in the rain, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. She just does that little thing with that little dress and shows just a little bit of panty. God, I think that's just the sexiest woman in life.
Okay, we are talking about Nicole Kidman because why?
Right?
Something about
Does the defendant appear to be a guy who's moved on? This is just 4 weeks later. And here's the other
4 weeks.
funny thing. I don't know if anybody's actually seen the movie To Die For, but it's literally about a woman who convinces someone to kill her spouse.
Oh my God.
That's
See,
actually
you're
what
trying,
it is.
you're stretching.
For the love of Christ. Are we gonna talk about the fact that he watched 9.5 weeks once? Oh my gosh, are we gonna talk about the fact that he did he watch Eyes Wide Open thinking it was gonna be Hercules like I almost did when I was 12?
Yeah, but it's like, oh, we watched this movie, and this movie is about this. I mean, put 2 and 2 together, everybody. Like, get out of here.
Or did he just watch Nicole Kidman because he thinks she's sexy? I
Yeah.
also watched Nicole Kidman recently and just go with it. So I think I'm going to pretend to be married to Adam Sandler as he pretends to be a plastic surgeon soon.
Woohoo, yeah.
I'll pretend to be Jennifer Aniston pretending to be Dowdy. You can put also, y'all, you can put Jennifer Aniston in some Old Navy clothes, but ain't no one gonna pretend that she is not like skinny and attractive.
She's a good
Y'all
look.
can just miss me with that noise.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we didn't know she was attractive until she took her or got into her swimsuit. Whatever.
Bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cute little movie, but
Mhm.
it wasn't until she got into her little swimsuit. Like, what the hell ever?
Then there's some of the slips of the defendant. Here's one. It's
He
in the
has
911
he
call.
has my size hands.
Listen
Oh
to
my
what he
gosh, this
says.
is why he's so
She was in the
upset.
garage. He was running out the garage as I was getting out. If I was coming in.
Oh, getting out of what? Your car? Is that it? And then he changes it up. That's a weird little slip. Is that consistent with anything you've heard from any of his other interviews? No. So factor that in. Here's another interesting one. The OJ slip.
So, you mentioned the dream team. Gotta ask, you think OJ did it?
Fuck yeah, he did it.
Why?
No, actually, do I think OJ did it? No, I do not think he did it. I think he's smarter guy. He had a lot of money. He could have hired it done.
Oh,
I think he's smarter than that. He could have hired it done.
oh my God.
Oh my god, Sal, please clip this face. How
Look
do
at
I?
this stupid man.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh, in this
the
face.
OJ
This
slip.
smugly
You
face.
see, he hired, like, get out of here.
No, now if he said, I will when you guys leave this room and I craftily, wait 16 years when you guys failed to convict me 3 times and I get through with the Supreme Court and then I write a book that says, if I totally did it.
Did it, yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is definitely a face. Smugly face.
And he's the smartest guy in the room, right? What did he do in this
No,
case? Well, the evidence shows
sir,
he hired
you are
someone to get it done. Interesting. Then we get to the defense
Sure,
witnesses.
Jan. Oh my gosh, I
It
hope
was
your wife
told,
thinks you're really smart
it was a
because,
statement
or
submitted,
your mom.
offered nothing of any substance.
Or your cat.
Okay, so his stuff went missing, but we don't even
He
know.
has a
so
lizard.
Miller has it, which is a weird
Yeah.
thing, but we don't know.
No, a
anything more about
ferret.
it. Does that really shed any
Oh,
light
yeah, he
about
does
what happens
have a ferret.
inside that house? Absolutely not.
Or tropical fish.
And then we get to Mr. Stafford. The state was certainly pleased with Mr. Stafford's testimony because he shed a lot of light on things. He let us know that people who are devising plans to get rid of people are not really in the same shoes as some of these officers and soldiers that are using their weapons in the line of duty. Why? because they're not under the same situation. They're not being thrust all of a sudden with danger upon them. They're creating the environment. They know what to expect. You've made it very clear that those are two very, very different things. Who was he describing unwittingly? Mr. Randolph. And then he went through as an officer and just walked through all these different motives that are applicable to our case that explain potentially why he's the guy who did it. And then also explain that you should be, a good way to double check and fact check someone, things like review records and 911 calls and all, you name it. It was a great witness for the state. We love this testimony. So I want to address some of the other things that were mentioned in defense closing.
Okay, then
Context is
tropical
key.
fish.
Defense opened up with, there is
Or
a
a
single
bonsai
bullet
tree.
strike in this hallway. The state said that.
Yes.
Context is key. If you remember, what I said was there isn't a strike in the hallway where the defendant said he shot. I was talking about that part of the hallway.
That's not what he said. That's incorrect.
Not what he said.
Well, you actually replayed what was said. So
I object, sure. Oh, Lord, it's still forever to go.
Go check your notes. Think about contextually what I was talking about. Do you think I would get that detail off? No.
Yeah.
Mm,
Mm.
It's a
yes,
clever
actually.
argument, but it's being
Sir,
taken
your
out of
hair is off. I think you.
context. Defendant did what a normal person
You
would do
guys,
when he's
I'm telling you, I'm gonna go back an 8. How do you get that off? Tell me, Jamie, did the divot make the clippers bump, or does he just have a cowlick? If he can't get that right, I contend facts and evidence that he cannot prosecute this case. If his barber cannot get that correct, then we must object.
Oh my God.
If the clippers skipped, we must acquit. What? He's got like a millimeter of hair. How do you miss that?
Because he doesn't have, he's a lonely, pathetic man who doesn't have anybody to tell him.
Except he
After he
has a
cuts his
wife.
own
He has a
hair.
ring.
I doubt that.
He
It's
uses a
probably fake.
Flowbee.
Yeah.
It's a silicone wife. He has a waifu. Oh my God. Allegedly in Minecraft. Sir, don't sue me. And I'm never going to Nevada. It's too damn hot. So don't worry. I don't gamble. So really.
Blow up wife. Yeah.
taken out of context. Defendant did what a normal person would do when he saw his wife. Really? He didn't run to her. He actually wanted to go to
Man
the
can't
neighbors.
run. He can
He
barely
avoids
get
getting
down.
CPR, and then he walks around the house. You saw the video. Like, go watch it. He's walking in every other room rather than getting to the phone. Your wife is bleeding out. You'd be
Sir,
racing to, if you're not racing
it
to
was a
her, you're racing
reenact
to the phone.
enactment.
And that's not what he's doing. And then we'd submit.
Sir, have you ever seen a Civil War enactment? Do you believe that the Southern Battalion was full of, let's just go ahead and call them generously fluffy men? I doubt somehow that the that the entire, battalion that fought at Amityville was, in triple XL and possibly had cell phones. So I could be wrong, Your Honorness, but a enactment can be a little bit off. Hell, in Game of Thrones, didn't they have like some cell phones and water bottles? Sir, you know what? I cannot do much more of this. We're gonna have to put him up to 2 I can just about not tolerate the rest of him.
Submit he's doing offer you to do anything else but help
Oh
her.
God,
That
he's more
not
annoying at.
what a normal person does in that scenario. Tommy fought to save her life. Remember this outrage?
Madita wins. You win today. Oh no. We scared Fry. Fry is like, what the hell is going on, Mom? You're being all loud and shit. The crap. We broke Medita, you broke Jamie. But no, sure, it's the enactment. I'm sure it's just like when you went to Oh gosh, what are those? Well, we have in Indiana, we have Connor Prairie. It's like those, oh gosh, what are they call them? Like those pioneer country or, you know,
Oh shit.
pioneer villages, Salem witch things. I'm sure that's exactly how uh how that went. I'm sure he was doing everything.
I'm
And
a little upset with her because I thought she laid there on the cold floor by herself and I could have been in there with her. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs because I didn't know they were doing it.
He was really upset about that. But listen to what he
Okay,
did.
let's focus on your wife. Who's not your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back.
um I don't know. Probably everything is.
Yeah, apparently everything is.
I'm sure puppies are too. I'm sure breathing is. I'll hold my breath until it isn't.
She don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you guys
Yeah,
get away from
what's
him? Yeah, okay, let's focus on your wife. Put her flat on her back. I'm gonna walk you to watch so you get me in. Okay, sir, you gotta do this quickly. Okay, put her flat on her back. Oh, fucking blood
yeah.
everywhere. Right, just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should open the gloves for you. No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this.
I was not fighting to save someone's life. Timeline of shots. We submit that in a worst case scenario for the defendant, he waited 12 minutes before calling 911. Funny's at 8:26. He's at the turn bank. They show the video case, so that's 8:27. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't get home around 8:30. But the Bartlett call shows he's on the phone at 8:33, right? So we know that he's home by that time, by 8:33. Bartlett says early in the call, he hears shots. There's some cross-examination questions about all the little things that happened, but check your notes on that. The statement submit, Bartlett says fairly early in the call, I'm hearing shots. Not the moment the call happens, but fairly early on, okay? Bartlett says, we know the Bartlett call is 4 minutes and 30 seconds, right? It's in the records. So worst case, shots are fired at 8:37:30. Worst case, right? It's the very end of the call, which is not Bartlett's testimony, but if you're giving all the benefits of that, you're at 8:37:30, right? Then that means he waits 7 minutes before calling 911 with his wife died. We've been here a long time, so I'm not going to stand here. One technique sometimes people do is they stand for a minute just so you can see how long it is. I encourage you guys, sit around and wait for 7 minutes and see how long that is. And then imagine this is a woman bleeding out, your wife bleeding out. Why are you not on that phone? That's the worst case. And best case is shots are for the state is that shots are fired at 8:30. He's waiting 12 minutes. Here's the thing. Even in the defense closing, they believe it's 6 minutes. It doesn't matter if it's 6, 7, or 12. That's unacceptable. If you truly want to save your wife, you're not waiting 6, 7, or 12 minutes. There was a comment, we don't convict people because they use crass language. We agree. We convict people when their statements are completely repelled by the evidence, when they invent things out of thin air, when they have 332,000 reasons to kill someone, and when they foster a completely bizarre relationship with a desperate man that defies common sense. Are there any dents? Check your notes. The question posed was to the side of the fridge. I brought it up in redirect to clear it up. That's the side, and the reason why that question is posed, because Randolph says that's the side he banged into. The dent, if you look at the pictures, is at the front, which would be impossible for Miller to do. He doesn't say, like, Miller ran by the fridge and then turned and jumped into the front of the fridge. That didn't happen. Not according to Mr. Randolph. And the statement said, look, there's no evidence of this, but
Oh my God.
you can use your common sense. It's in the front. Could it be consistent with maybe a car pulling up too front and denting the front of the fridge? Yeah, it could. But at the end of the day, the point was, where he said this big collision happened didn't happen. On the side of the fridge closest to the doorway. Then there was this comment that he's a burglar and he has to worry about people when he's leaving. Right? That was the comment. Like, that's why he has to wear the mask. So you're going to waltz out of the garage door in front of all the neighbors who have all their home security cameras, however many are back in 08. Is that the move?
Which is
No,
none.
that's not the move. You're not going to waltz and then you come waltzing out with your bags and stuff. Like, that's not happening. He's not doing that, especially when he came in through the back door. You just go out the way you came. It defies common sense. Then there's this comment about, oh, he wore his burglar. I call them burglar boots. But like he wears the boots because he's worried about leaving footprints?
Where's
Here's the
Mo?
thing, really? Cowboy boots leave fairly distinctive
She's
prints.
gonna love it.
He has, and they're literally boots that are being given to them by the Randolphs.
Well,
Those are
come
not
back.
the shoes to be wearing if you're going to be burglaring their house. Wear something
He's
more
wearing his
universal, like a set of
burgling
tennis. Gosh,
boots.
if he only had a set of tennis shoes with him. Oh, right, he did. But he wasn't wearing them. And who runs off in boots? It's not a thing. Why would he grab the 22? The state of Smith, Miller never had it. He never had that gun. He had the 38, and he dropped it when the job was done. And then he gets basically double-crossed in the garage, and now the defendant grabs the gun where he knows it is and throws it by him. That's what we submit happens. Miller dressed the part, burglaring boots, an extra set of clothes, an extra set of tennis shoes, and a lucky baseball cap. That's the cat burglar outfit? No, it's not. There was a comment about coming into money, right? And he says, don't take my word for it. And he played you testimony from Vita Miller, right? But what did they do when they played that clip? They totally ignored Billy. Because Billy talked about that same comment, coming into money. His uncle by blood, who has a closer relationship than Vita. That's what, I think even Vita kind of said that. Like, I don't really interact with him that much. Like, he's not my blood cousin or my blood nephew. It's really my husband's. So what did Billy say? He said, he's coming into money. I'm getting the money from Randolph. He is hiring me to be his driver because his bad back. And oh, by the way, have you ever heard anyone through the course of this trial and interviews or complaining about a bad back? Multiple witnesses talk about it. It's Randolph.
I'm
Oh my God.
So compare, and here's the thing, and you get to be the judge of this.
do what now?
First off, you missed his imitation of a garage door opening,
Oh God.
the noise. And also he has a slide about Miller wearing his burgling boots.
Why?
It's just, I was like, welcome back.
I can't listen to him.
You know. And then Lefty.
Oh God, why is it I have the best pause power ever.
We do.
Like the faces that he pauses at for me. Oh. Oh, Mr. Puppy Breath. Whew, that real chicken in that food. Whoo-wee. That is a lot of chickens.
Oh, puppy breath.
Yeah, maybe he liked again, I don't understand why he had a ski mask on in the middle of Nevada, but maybe he didn't seem like the smartest guy. I mean, he stole the ID. Uh, he seems like a criminal of opportunity. So it sounds like the guy he stole the ID from was having some chemical issues.
Yeah, and the time frame that he did it too, they go on and on about that. Like, why didn't he do it when they were gone in Utah? Well, maybe he just got a bug up his ass and he wanted to do it right then and there.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not like criminals are known for having well thought out Ocean 11 style plans
Yeah.
all the time.
And if he knew that the guy had got money out, so he was just going to run over there. He has a key to the house, get in, get it, and leave.
Yeah, and maybe this was his first like real big robbery and he'd assumed you need a ski cap.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, I don't have a black turtleneck, but I've got a ski cap, so good. And I've got cloth gloves.
Yeah.
And boots for some reason.
Burgling.
And oh, by the way, have you ever heard anyone through the course of this trial and interviews or complaining about a bad back? Multiple witnesses talk about it. It's Randolph. So compare, and here's the thing, and you get to be the judge of this. Compare Vita's recall to Billy's. Who has a better command of the facts when looking back? Was it Billy or Vita? You can make the call. But Mr. Miller, meaning Billy, gives a whole lot more detail about that story. And look, it's a pretext, right? Oh, I'm going to be the driver. I'm coming into money from Randolph. I'm going to be the driver. No, you're going to. You can't tell your uncle, hey, I'm going to go ice this lady, and then I'm going to get rich from insurance. Like, you can't say
Not
that.
my shirt,
So you're
the
gonna be driver.
bone.
And then you're bouncing, which makes sense. Why would you want to stick around in the state at that point? You leave. And then there's this comment like the defendant, or if defendant, oh, sorry, I wrote defendant meant to be Miller. If Miller really wants nothing more to do with Randolph, right? That was what Vita said. So then I would submit to you this: why does Clifton stop warning him to stop affiliating with Randolph, or he would get shot shortly before the merge? If what Vita is saying is totally true, why is Clifton saying that to him? Because the relationship is not stopping. Why do the phone records show constant contact? If Vita is dead on right about this, it contradicts that notion. And why does Randolph even admit he spent the whole day of the murder with him? There were so many people at the scene. Really? Not very many people enter the house. Check the testimony of all the witnesses. 4 or 5 went in. They went in through the front door. They checked on Sharon. They froze the premises. And then basically it's frozen for a really long
It was
time.
an entire canine scene. You had not SWAT, like 5 deputies, CSI, not CSI, cleaning service. Then you guys decided to check it out again because you forgot the safe. The
Yep.
daughter went in there, checked it out. Weren't there there were a bunch of people because you guys realized you left a safe, so
Until ID can get out there. There's a canine unit and one other guy, a gang or violent, they clear the garage and then they just kind of wait. So check your notes on that. Was that like a herd of elephants coming through?
Yeah.
Or something different? It's a double.
Oh, come
One of
on.
these guys, I'll tell you about the level.
I
at which
love
they
how
wanna
you're
make sure
like
people aren't trampling through scene on
you're
film.
smug about like he
Tight.
waltzed
I mean, shoot
and
for every scene, but like, look, that's pretty serious. It's a frozen scene. And then even in the defense slide they threw out one paramedic went inside. Which, if you think about it, actually makes sense, right? Sharon has
I'm
no
surprised
leads
they
on
didn't
him.
up
She's
check
really
and
dead.
say that
And then
the
they just put a
defense
couple
lied.
leads on that guy, but they don't transport him because he's dead. And that's what they say. If people have a spark of life left in them, they're taking them out. They didn't take either one of them out. So we know from their slide, one paramedic went inside.
Oh, slide, not lied. Okay.
And again, there is a distinction between police coming to respond to a scene versus actually walking through the scene. And they seem to abandon the garage slide. Okay, well, I'm just going to very briefly discuss it. I think I kind of covered it with O'Kelly, but look, here's the deal. That light goes off in 5 minutes and 8 seconds. If you call, if you, literally the shots are happening at 8:33 or 8:37, whatever you want to do, the light in the garage is off when he is calling 911 at 8:44:54. It's off. And when you listen to the call, the going for the Miller, like finding the Miller gun, happens 3 minutes later. So the light's not automatically going off on him. And it doesn't matter if you look at the walkthrough. Randolph's like, yeah, I kind of closed the garage, but then I walked in. I was like, oh, I don't want to run to Sharon. I want to run to my neighbor's house. So I hit the button. Fine. It's a couple seconds later. You're still getting the same timeline. The importance of the garage light is it did not go off when he said it was going off. That's the point. Just like so many other things contradict him.
You don't know any.
And there was this
for
comment,
certain.
why would Randolph come up with these ridiculous things? Because he is the unreliable narrator. He invents conversations that never happen. He changes locations of guns. He
Sir,
can't figure out
you
if
are
it's
an
a dog or taking
unreliable
out money.
narrator.
But most importantly, the clearest answer to this question is this. He's simply not telling the truth. Who here has life insurance? Well, I have a question. Who here has life insurance on a person you're dating, like he did with Sharon in 06? Who prepped the paperwork? We would submit the defendant. One of the things you can check is all the docs are formed in Utah. Some of them are fully
Fucking
typed
signed
in.
it.
You're never going to be able to determine that. Now, you do have some testimony from someone else who said, Liz said he tended to do all the paperwork for me. That doesn't necessarily mean he did it for Sharon, but you can give it whatever weight you want. Whose idea was it? When you heard testimony from people close in Sharon's orbit, it was the defendant's idea to get the life insurance. And he even says it's like, I get life insurance. Like he didn't shy away from it.
He's had 2 wives die from medical conditions.
And
Why
who else
would
loves
he?
to go around and buy urns? That's the defendant. That's his thing. Actions speak louder than words, something said, and we agree.
Again, you guys, and this is totally
calling and socializing and
a personal thing, but when Mr. Mo is like 10 minutes late, I'm telling you, I'm like, fate, F you, you're not going to sidestep me. I am already planning that he has passed away and the cops are coming to tell me like he died in a car wreck. Like I have already planned this out, so I am not caught off in like surprise. Like I don't want that phone call ever again to catch me by surprise. Which is, look, a therapist needs many hours with me. Like I'm working on it, y'all. We are looking for a therapist that's going to help me. But I'm just saying, if he's had 2 wives die of, health complications, then yeah, buying an urn may seem weird to you, but sort of seems kind of okay. I'm just not going to deal with it at that time because I know I'm not going to be able to deal with it.
Yeah.
hiring with an inept stranger and bringing him into your home, taking the stranger out shooting, waiting 12 minutes before calling 911, offering any other suggestion other than performing CPR on your wife as she is bleeding out, and becoming nasty with the police and your daughter-in-law when you learn you may not be able to inherit as much as you thought because of a competing will or that an investigation hasn't gone away. Actions speak louder than words. Justifiable homicide and self-defense. The evidence is demonstrated in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that he conspired to murder his wife with Miller. And when you come to that conclusion, you don't get justifiable homicide. You don't get self-defense because you have planned the whole thing. He double-crossed Miller, and he's not entitled to either of these defenses. All the signs were there. Sharon's family was concerned. Deirdre warned her that he might try to kill you. Miller's family thought it was strange. Clifton warned Miller, you're going to end up shot. You have a desperate accomplice. You have Miller essentially revealing this pretextual plan to Billy a couple of days before the murder. We're moving out of state, right? I just covered that. And then what else do you have? Massive debt, gambling habits, a lack of income, an ultimatum, multiple life insurance policies, the potential of a house, and a story that doesn't add up. On May 8, 2008, the defendant decided Sharon Randolph had outlived her use to him. And at the beginning of this case, you made a commitment to follow the law. And when we look at this reasonable doubt instruction, you'll have the full instruction. But one of the things I want to point out is that for doubt to be reasonable, it must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. It actually has to.
Sir, all you has is speculation. I mean, we could do calculations, and let me go roll over here to, let's see. So a lot of people there are a few and far between people that are trying to fight for not guilty over here. But looks like, yeah, Law and Crime has gone full on can we reinstate the death penalty?
Actual. In this case, there is no reasonable doubt. And you have made that commitment to follow the law. It is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. And this has been a search for the truth. And this is the inconvenient truth of the defendant. He got caught. He's not the smartest man in the room. So the one question you're left to answer is Thomas Randolph a victim or a villain? We ask that you find him guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
Worth. Uh-oh.
You do solemnly swear that you will keep this jury together in some private and convenient place, that you will not permit any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourself, unless it be by order of the court, except to ask them whether they have agreed upon the verdict, and that you will return them into court when they have so agreed, so help you God.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, a criminal jury is composed of 12 members, and there are currently 14 of you who are here. That is because 2 of you will serve as our alternate jury. This means that you are not discharged from your jury service. Your service may still be needed if one of the other jurors is no longer able to participate in the deliberations. In this case, the alternate jurors are going to be juror number 13 and juror number 14. So when I excuse the jury momentarily, I'm going to need jurors 1 through 12 to follow the marshals out through that door as you will go in the back and begin jury deliberations. Jurors 13 and 14, I'm going to ask that you remain seated, and as soon as they have left the room, you will follow by assistant. She'll meet you on the other side of that door, and she will collect contact information for you because we might need you to come back in and join in the jury deliberation. So at this point, I'm going to excuse jurors 1 through 12 for deliberation.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, and if you two can go right outside the door, my assistant will meet you right outside the door and collect information. Okay, you guys can all be seated. All right, so we will be in recess until the jury reaches a verdict. We'll keep them here until 5, and then I'll let them go at 5, but if you guys can just move them.
We have a matter we have to bring up.
Okay.
For a power review. Your Honor, Mr. Hamner put up jury instruction 43, the credibility of
You're muted. So that was fun.
a horrible child abusing father. I've reached my goal.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. Anywho, yeah, so now we are looking at, let's see. We X that. Share screen. Oh, for all the cancel. Of course, I knocked off the one that I needed because that would have been awesome. So they have been deliberating for an additional hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think they got like 30 yesterday, maybe.
Yeah, so Sal is going to start at 4:30. I am probably going to hop off of here because I have got some more putting away stuff to do
Mm-hmm.
and just random laundry and all that other glamorous stuff. And apparently, the school did not return all their school supplies, so I will be going out to buy new school supplies because yay.
Where's Bella's package?
No, I didn't get verdict forms. They had to send a form for Mr. Moe to let him know that he'd been reported too, since we were both mentioned. He was party to knowing that I was doing streams.
Shame on him.
Really?
So yeah, what'd you think though?
I'm worried that he's going to be convicted for being a douche.
Yep.
And no, not you.
I thought that's what he said. I was like, did he just say me?
No, not you. No, but I am worried that they're gonna we're reported as a couple since we both live together. Woohoo. Marriage.
Yep. Guilty by association.
Yeah, so I'm worried that he is going to be convicted for being kind of a jerk and innuendo, and I'm worried that this is becoming a trend that prosecutors are using where they are just taking unlikable people and innuendo. And Karen Reed, look, I don't like her because regardless of whatever conspiracy, she still drove really, really, really drunk, like almost blackout drunk. If you allow for what, again, the prosecutors say in the sort of facts that they lay out. She
Mhm.
said that she was blackout drunk and she doesn't remember the night before. That bothers me. Now, again, this is what the prosecutors say, and I haven't gone into the entire story. So it could be just what they are using to paint her as a bad person.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean just because she drove drunk doesn't mean she ran over her boyfriend.
Yeah. Sorry, but the way he looked was not.
Oh, no. Yeah. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. That doesn't. You would have to have the best CGI graphics that you could have
Mhm.
to explain to me how a cocktail glass and a rear view mirror with safety plastic does that.
Yep.
Because it makes no sense that it looks like he was in a fight with his life.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
And bit by a dog. What?
I'm glad you are doing okay.
Oh yeah, they were crazy last night.
Yeah, I've heard that this weather is supposed to spawn really insane thunderstorms here soon.
I'm glad you
or thereabouts.
Thankfully I didn't lose power, but it woke me right up out of the middle of a sleep. Scared the crap out of me.
Yeah. But I do worry that I just don't see the point in prosecuting this guy. A lot of it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I think that it was good that the Supreme Court disallowed all of this stuff in, but I think letting the girlfriends, like the friends come in, I think that's what's gonna get them convicted. I think the friends coming in and the earn talk and the girlfriend talk is what's gonna get them convicted.
Yeah. Well, I think like, yeah, it's just like we've talked about it before too, like where, you just see somebody and it's like you're married and then you had a girlfriend on the side and like those kinds of things, a lot of people will be like, just associate, oh, well, and like think about it in real life, like how many people are doing that now and not everybody commits murder because of it. And then throw in the life insurance policies, which makes sense to me when you are older. I mean, I have some too. And
Yeah.
like, but when you're with somebody that you're older and you've had women, wives die before, like you might think a lot differently than another person would.
Yeah. It's just yeah, Baker did draw us a picture. I don't know what more scientific things we're
Oh,
expecting,
yeah.
really. I
I
mean,
have to
that's
thank Cindy for that because when I was like, "Where is it?" She actually sent it to me, and it's still in my phone and it'll never go away. I'm gonna get it printed out.
we've gotta do like the Jody Legs thing. I need to get those printed and then I can stick them up with the little like teacher sticky tack stuff on
Yep.
my murder board.
I said
Ugh,
at
I don't wanna go
someday
back.
we're gonna have to like accumulate all of his pictures and make him like a book,
A
a
flip
book of
book,
his
oh my
pictures.
gosh, that would be hilarious. Oh my gosh, I don't wanna go back out, but I've gotta get them school supplies. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
It is hot and soupy out, so everyone stay hydrated if you are in a hot, warm place. It is disgusting out at this point. Thank
I know,
tiny baby Lemmy for air conditioning.
85 right now. Ugh.
It's not the heat so much as just the
Humidity.
humidity,
Mhm.
'cause it is like walking in water, basically.
Yep. All right, well, that works because
Alright. Alright, youngest, most feral, you have homework, so you need to actually do homework first, and then you can have time with the puppy, but go sit at the table right now. Life is terrible. I am mean and horrid. He's like, "I don't even wanna live here anymore."
is puppy still on your lap?
No, middle daughter took her all her friends came over to see puppy. She is
Oh.
now okay without having a Great Pyrenees. I won. She was like, "I don't even like small dogs."
And now she's obsessed.
Win one for mom once in a
Yep.
while. I'm not gonna gloat. But you guys, Sal is taking over at 4:30, so everyone join him. If any one of our lovely, lovely, wonderful mods or anyone in here could link that stream, pretty please and awesomeness, and thank you, mods. This has been a long slog, but hopefully they will come back with a verdict either tonight or possibly tomorrow. I don't know. I can't get a read on them.
Me neither.
Stop stomping. Go to the table. Lights are on. I'm like, when my lights are on, I'm usually doing a stream or a video. Please wait to talk to me until I acknowledge you.
Right.
Lights are on. Where's the puppy? What are you doing? Just
What are you doing down there talking into a microphone in your computer? I wonder.
It's almost like, never mind. I'm getting a she shed. I don't care what the HOA says.
Yeah. A hoe hut. That's what my aunt has. She has a little hoe hut, she calls it.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I'm adding that to my list. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for watching. It was a long slog. Hopefully we don't have to do this tomorrow. Maybe they will come in. I doubt that they're gonna stretch this along the weekend. I have a feeling they are gonna be done with it too, but they might stretch it upon the weekend. I just can't get a feel for it. I will possibly be going to get school supplies, so who knows? I will probably be listening though when Sal takes over. I might hop on, I might not. I might have an emotional support beverage. We will just never know. I will see you all later and have a great rest of your evening. Bye,
Right.
guys.